the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series on this Wednesday morning. That means it is the day when somebody will make it through to finals night, of course, as Group A comes to an end. Matthew Edgar has been watching and describing the action all week. Matt, before we have a look back at it, what stood out for you so far?
It's got to be Tricole, hasn't it? You know, not just because he's top of the table, but how he's doing it. That level of consistency throughout the days. It's the reason why he's top, and he's got a good buffer there over Andy Hamilton, who's going to try and chase him in today.
Yeah, he won all 5 of his matches yesterday. Let's just take a look at the highlights. Some big finishes, some really interesting moments as well here on Tuesday. Jesus Noguera, he looked like the man who was going to make a move, but it didn't really materialise, did it?
No, and it's the range of performance that concerns me a little bit with Jesus. 24 points from his lowest average to his highest average, and he completely dropped off yesterday from day one.
This was a bit of a blooper from Martin Adams. Even the best, even the most experienced can do that, busting 60 with one dart. And Matt Jackson producing a fabulous finish here. No moonwalk to celebrate it, though. Andy Hamilton might do something a bit more synonymous with him, the old hammer raw.
Well, we've actually seen Andy Hamilton pull out a few dance moves, haven't we, this week as well? So it's a bit of a dancing group, and he's certainly going to be dancing his way, hopefully, to the top of the table. He's the closest rival for Tricole for that honour.
But Robert Thornton seemed to turn things around yesterday. This is an example of it.
Robert Thornton so much better on the finishing yesterday. He was very concerning on day one on the outer ring, and then yesterday much better, much higher percentage.
And we'll speak more about Thibault Tricole, of course, won all of his games. He looks like he's a dead cert really to make it through to finals night. But the moment of the day, I think, was this. Here it comes. What do you make of that?
Well, I make that a 108 tee.
Oh dear. Well, that was nearly as bad as my moonwalk attempt yesterday. Let's have a look then at the table just to confirm those positions going into the final day of action. Tricole 6 points clear of Andy Hamilton and in action in the first match today before Hammer even picks up his darts. If he wins that, do you think that's it? He's as good as through?
Yeah, I think Thibault, the way he's been playing as well, look at that defeats column, only one player managing to beat him so far. It's been far too consistent, and I think that's pretty much wrapped up. But what isn't wrapped up is when we look for them Group B positions. So second and third place, massive advantage available for finishing in Group B, and there's literally 4 points covering 5 of the players. It could be quite
Hamilton,
tricky.
Noguera, Adams, Thornton, Matt Jackson at the bottom. What about him today? How does he look at it? Because it's likely he'll be back tomorrow morning to play in Group C.
Well, this is an opportunity to practice and find that form, and what better place to do so? He could go home, he could go to he could go and find somewhere to go and practice, or he could come here and take on some of international's best players and get some really good sort of match practicing experience, get used to the stage a little bit more. He's showing signs, he's showing patches, and if you can just gel that together, he could be a danger in Group C.
Yeah, interesting. We'll watch out for him. Let's just take a look now at the averages and how they've differed for the players throughout this week. What stands out there for you, Matt?
Well, it's Jesus Noguera, isn't it? That is a massive difference. On day one, he was the star performer on every single stat, not just the averages. When we look at the finishes, the amount of ton-plus checkouts, every single stat, Jesus Noguera looked like he was going to make a move, and then he ended up with pretty much the worst average of the day on day two. So that is a big range. Like I said earlier, 24 points difference from his worst to his best average, and that needs to tighten up quite a bit.
Yeah, and in contrast, Thibault Tricole looks like he's been very consistent all the way through.
And that's what wins these groups, isn't it? It's consistency. It's a marathon. And if you can just stay consistent throughout the journey of this thing, you're going to pick up points. And like he's only had one defeat so far. And it's down to those stats and those averages. Consistency is key.
Yeah, he plays in the first match of the day against Martin Adams. The pair, of course, have met twice this week, and consistent Thibault has beaten Martin Adams twice this week, getting victory here on Monday, 4-1, as he got his campaign off to a fantastic start, and then he followed it up with another win yesterday, where for times he looked unbeatable, didn't he?
Yeah, and anytime like you got ahead of Thibault, he managed to find something. It was normally like a big finish or a nice power score. He's not a big 180 hitter, but he certainly is good on these sort of combination shots. These sort of high 70s, 80s, the low tons where you're only going to get one dart in hand. He seems to polish them up quite a lot, and that is the difference between the levels.
Yeah, quick predictions before I let you go downstairs to join Chris Mason then. Look, most of us are going to say Thibault Tricole topping the table, so I'm going to ask you for a 1, 2, 3. What's the podium at the end of this group?
Well, you've got to put Andy Hamilton in there. I think he's looking very good, and he certainly starts the day well. He's going to chase Thibault Tricole. I think this is going to be a little bit tighter than we're giving it credit for. And third position, that's wide open.
Okay, on the fence there. See if Chris Mason's got a better answer. We'll throw over to him. Charlie Corsover, the referee. First match of the day, Thibault Tricole and Martin Adams.
Thank you very much, chaps. Well, I'm never sitting on the fence, as you well know. But one thing I'm pretty certain of is if Thibault Tricole does prevail here, and he's done so on consecutive days, Monday and Tuesday against Martin Adams, he is pretty much home and hosed. I think he's through anyway. Something absolutely catastrophic would have to happen. I think Andy Hamilton, although in second spot, is right in the mix just by virtue of his running average, 88.84 over the course of the opening 2 days, which is the highest of all players. His closest rival is Thibault Tricole on 88.45 for the week so far. But it's Andy Hamilton who's shown he has a higher ceiling. He has the highest average of the week so far.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I think Thornton is possibly still in the mix, Matt, for a third spot.
I think a lot of it comes down to this game, really, doesn't it? And if Martin Adams can get the victory over Thibault Tricole, something he's not managed so far this week. Thibault Tricole literally doing the double on pretty much everybody, only losing one game so far. If he starts today with a defeat,
100.
which we've seen this so many times, players come in and it looks quite easy, looks like they don't have much left to do, and then they lose a game and they lose a life and then another life, and you start counting them down and 41. It becomes tricky.
It's like a marathon winning line, isn't it? He knows he's possibly only one game away, but if he does lose this game, which I don't expect
85.
him to do, cast that shadow of doubt, and then he has to play against his next matchup will be against Andy Hamilton, and if he loses that one, which again could be a possibility, all of a sudden he starts to ask himself a few questions.
Well, in my personal opinion, I think this is the worst time to play Martin Adams.
Agreed.
Martin Adams has been very vocal about
45.
the fact of his struggles over the years in recent times, and the body's breaking down. He's 66 years old. He's having a problem with the shoulder, arthritis with the calf, but those problems will be highlighted later in the day.
100.
I think playing him early is the worst time for Thibault Tricole to have this fixture.
Yeah, I agree. On day one,
81. Martin, you require 80.
Martin Adams started with an 87 average. Tricole started with a 95.53.
Game show on the first leg. Martin Adams.
Yesterday, Tricole started with a 90. Martin with a 74.
Second leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
This is a good start from Martin. A 14 dart hold.
100.
And it's very comfortable.
And let's just get out our big bag of whats and ifs and play the game for a second. Let's say Martin Adams
100.
beats Thibault Tricole. Andy Hamilton beats Jesus Noguera. Then Andy Hamilton comes back in the second round of fixtures and beats Thibault Tricole. Game on.
Oh, absolutely.
100.
Absolutely. Which we've seen many times before here at the Super Series. Not over until it's over. And everybody
60.
will want to avoid coming back for Thursday and Friday morning's red eye, as I call it. All the players will enjoy
96.
an afternoon off, an evening off, a morning off and an afternoon off tomorrow, and come back tomorrow night. For someone like Martin, who, as you've mentioned already,
100.
Matt, who's carrying a few injuries, it's almost imperative.
60.
I found an interesting stat this morning when I was looking through the numbers, and it's one that might be a little bit concerning for the Martin Adams fans, but give the Thibault Tricole fans a little bit more hope. And that, so far this week, Martin Adams has only won one match.
Thibault, you require 145.
Out of the 5 matches he has thrown first, he has lost 4.
Yeah, that's a horrific stat.
85. Martin, you require 101.
That goes against the norm of winning on throw, of course, which is a huge advantage.
There is another stat, though, I can give you, Martin Adams fans, to cheer you back up again. He's the only player that has won 4-0, and he has done that twice. And he's on the way to do that with what is his 100th ton-plus checkout in his Super Series career. 357 games, including the one you're seeing him throw now. He has now reached the 100 mark for the hundreds.
I like the way you take away and then giveth.
Just like dangling the carrot. Do you want this? No. No.
45.
He's the only player to register a 4-0 victory this week. That was 4-0 against Robert Thornton and a 4-0 victory over Matt Jackson. And he's on the way to another one because he's got the breaker throw. He's got a good lead on the scoreboard in this one. And if he was to take a 4-0 off Thibault Tricole, Andy Hamilton is going to be sitting up like a meerkat in the practice room.
Yeah, be buying
100.
a large brandy, I would have thought. At the moment, Thibault is on plus 16 in terms of leg difference. Hamilton on plus 5, so there's a 11-point swing with a 4-0 win for Martin.
Martin, you require 164.
Taking back down to just plus 12, which is within touching distance. There's a massive void in the averages, over 22 points at the moment.
43.
Just an indication of the start Martin has made to this match.
And this was my concern with this game, because if Martin's going to play well, it's going to be game 1, game 2.
Martin, you require 121.
We've seen that from Andy Hamilton, of course, haven't we, over the opening couple of days?
Yeah, Andy Hamilton starting the day very strong. The last couple of days, he's next against Jesus Noguera. We'll see if he can keep that form going.
Thibault, you require 116.
Andy Hamilton's going to be really interested in this one. And I just said to Chris Murphy, these are the type of shots that Thibault Tricole's been taking, these sort of low tons, these combinations where you only get one dart
60.
at the double.
Martin, you require
that's been
24.
the difference, and that would have been the difference there. That would have got him back in the game. Instead, he's now facing a 3-0 defeat.
Martin Adams.
Well, leg 1, 14 darts. Leg 2, 15 darts. Leg 3, 16 darts. When he win it with a 17.
Leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
Then he drop a 13 dart break in.
100.
When you consider the amount of games played, this is Martin Adams' 357th match at the Super Series. And
100.
So well put. That was his 100th ton plus out in leg 2. Thibault Tricole is
45.
playing his 147th match. And he's had 43 ton plus outs. Martin Adams' highest finish in those 357
140.
matches so far, just 160.
It's crazy when you think he's took out 100 plus finishes, and the best's been a 160.
99.
Especially over the amount of games that Martin Adams has played, and within those, he's played games where he's hit up to 111 in
Yep.
the averages.
He's stolen the darts. He is on course. A
85.
huge upset win. What was the odds before the off? 4 to 5, 10 to 11. 4 to 5 Adams, 10 to 11 Tricole.
100.
Again, they've somehow got it right. Looking at their previous, looking at their averages going into this, I could only see one winner.
My concern was always around the timing of the match.
140. Thibault, you
And
require 157.
Tricole living every moment. I think that's the one thing Tricole just needs to just switch off a little bit, because he lives every shot, whether it's good, bad,
40.
a great win.
Martin,
You
you
see him
require
react to every win or
36.
defeat. He might be defeat in a second, because Martin Adams doesn't look likely missing. 3 from 3 on the outer ring. He won't end on 100%, but he could get his third
18.
4-0 victory of the
Thibault,
week.
you require 117.
And had any one of those doubles gone in, it would have been 100 plus average. No finish. Needed the treble next door.
45. Martin, you require 18.
So to put Thibault Tricole on
Game,
the list
shots, and the match.
of people
Martin
that lose 4-0
Adams.
this week, and they have all lost to Martin Adams. Martin Adams beat Robert Thornton 4-0, he beat Matt Jackson 4-0, and he has now beaten the table topper Thibault Tricole 4-0. And that makes this group very interesting very early, because the scoreline means Thibault Tricole is going to lose 4 legs off of his column, which is going to perk the interest of Andy Hamilton, who is on next against Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen the best performance of the week for Martin Adams. A great display for Wolfie. There you see a 98.56 average, his best display so far in Group A. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, winning legs of 14, 15, 16 and 16 in a whitewash win against Thibault Tricole that could have ramifications for the group. Tricole was looking like he was going to be the runaway winner in this group, but that might be about to change. We'll take a look at that table. Still 6 points clear, but Andy Hamilton can reduce that gap in the next game when he takes on Jesus Noguera. So Tricole will be hoping that Hamilton doesn't come knocking on the door after that one. Good start from Martin Adams and a disastrous one for Tricole, who surely would be coming in today thinking he needed just one win to get through. That may still come, but Andy Hamilton can now ramp up the pressure and he faces Jesus Noguera. The good news for Thibault is that Noguera has beaten Hamilton twice already this week. Here he is on Monday taking out a 71 checkout to get the better of the hammer, and not satisfied with one victory against a former World Championship finalist. He did it again on Tuesday. Slightly less fashionable finish for Noguera to get over the line on that occasion, but still effective enough. Having said that, Adams had lost twice to Tricole, so Hamilton looking for the same kind of turnaround in this match. So let's find out if the hammer can claw his way back into contention. There you see, look, the first hammer pun of the day. Nailed it, didn't I? Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar will try and do a little bit better than that.
Thanks, Murph. I don't even know how to follow that. Well, that result in the opening match, Matt, is really, well, it's great for us. Not great for Thibault, but great for us because it's just opened this group up a little bit. And we know how well Hamilton has gone out the blocks this week. On Monday morning, beat Matt Jackson 4-1 with a 95-38. Yesterday, defeated Martin Adams in his first game with a 94. He picked up on something yesterday which is absolutely relevant, and from experience of playing TV matches where you pretty much know, it's one game a day effectively, and you just know how to prepare for that one match, and he's done that perfectly so far this week.
Yeah, he's got to be a big danger in this game, but also now the group could be literally blown wide apart. We take a look at how the day started. Thibault Tricole had a 6-point
First leg,
gap
it's Andy to throw
and
first.
11 leg
Game on.
advantage. That looked like it was impossible to claw back. However, now Thibault Tricole, after losing that, goes down to plus 12. Andy Hamilton can get a 4-1 victory here. He will go to plus 8. And the next game for both of those is against each other.
68.
Thibault Tricole versus Andy Hamilton, which means a 4-2 victory for Andy Hamilton, and he has completely wiped out that 11-leg advantage that Tricole had.
60.
Just goes to show that it is never over till you cross the line.
And Hamilton will be fully aware of losing out on both days to Jesus, and he'll want to put that right. That type of player. Of course, you may end up playing each other later on in the week in finals night, where there's £5,000 up for grabs for the winner.
76.
And of course, the winner of finals night joins Merckx and McEwen in Champions Week, where the winner walks away with a cool £20,000.
46.
This is week 3 of 12 qualifying weeks.
100.
Interesting equipment change here from Jesus. We've been picking up on the different coloured flights throughout the week, which is a bit of a sports psychology sort of trick.
58.
And actually, come for 3 of the same by the looks of it today on the back end of his darts.
He's binned off the blue flight.
57.
Interesting change there from Jesus.
Interesting hand thing on his back. Is that a bit of Scientology or something?
42.
In the last couple of days, he's gone for like some form of helmet, hasn't he, with a couple of darts?
Today he's gone for a hand and an eyeball. It definitely has a bit of...
125.
Look at the shirt now on his way back. There you go, look. Eye in a hand. It's, what's that magician's name? The guy who put himself in a box for God knows how long. David Blaine. Got a bit of David Blaine about him. And when he opened the hand, it had the eyeball
95.
in the palm of the hand.
Jesus should require 83.
Double nine.
74.
Is this a case?
And you
Jesus
require
Noguera has learnt his
152.
lesson. Because earlier in the week, he left Andy Hamilton on a 167 and he took it. And he had the opportunity there to refuse the 16 route, which would have
Jesus
traditionally been
require
16
9.
bull. He didn't turn it down this time.
Paid the price, didn't he?
Game shot on the first leg.
That's a 20
Jesus
dart
Noguera.
break of throw, and unusually Hamilton slow out of the blocks. Well, we were talking about Tricole doing
Second
the treble
leg is
over
Jesus
Adams.
to throw first. Game on.
Is Noguera going to do the treble over Hamilton? Hamilton was the big favourite for this one,
45.
8-13. Jesus 6-5.
I feel I've got to bring this up because I feel this has slipped under the radar and it really shouldn't have.
Yeah, I know I've got a tracksuit on. Oh, right.
Andy Hamilton yesterday.
100.
Checkout percentage 48.48. That is incredible. Normally we say 33 is good. So to be near
100.
50%, and he had 16 legs of darts that he won yesterday, which means he's hit 16 out of roughly about 33 darts at double.
That is staggering.
97.96.
Andy Hamilton looking to hit straight back. Don't panic yet, that's for sure.
$80.
That was a loose one. Maybe a bit of early nerves from Andy Hamilton. He's trying to generate a bit of heat in the hand.
24.
It's interesting that he's blowing on his hand there, because I was just about to say, to me, it's just like the dart's a bit loose in the hand on the drawback, and there's just a bit of wobble on the point, which is why he's going sort of to the right-hand side a bit more. Slipping in the ones and in the three.
60.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the feel yet. Still on course to rake back, of course.
60.
Obviously, if your
And you
hands are a bit
require
cold,
164.
means there's not as much blood going to there, which means the hand's not going to open fast enough.
You also don't have that touch on the barrel of the dart. Could stay there.
78.
There's another example of that. Yeah, it's when your hands are cold, obviously that don't have as much feeling in the fingertips. So then not almost
40.
guessing whether you're
And you
gripping the
require
dart too
86.
tight or not tight enough.
Well, the compensation for the hand not feeling like it's opening fast enough is you just go looser, so it's already relaxed and kind of open.
They get a lot of low and not a low darts. Ball.
38.
You can often tell by the angle of the dart
Jesus, you
as well.
require
And
136.
these aren't a consistent angle, so he's going to need to find something, because this is a very important game for Andy Hamilton.
100. And you
See a lot
require
of players
48.
nowadays have things like hand warmers in the darts case for this exact reason.
Why, a lot of them have the same ones the golfers have in their pocket, don't they?
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, it was a
Andy
20-dart break in
Hamilton.
leg 1 for Jesus, and it's a 20-dart break of throw in leg 2. So we're back on throw, and again,
Third leg,
you
it's
can
Andy to throw first. Game
see
on.
Andy just trying to generate a bit of heat for the hand.
One thing that hasn't let him down, though, so far is that doubles. 48.48% yesterday. already straight in there.
180.
In the last leg. He's still very solid on the outer ring as he finds the first max of the day for himself.
135.
First max of the day. Tricole didn't even get a dart at a double in that opening match against Adams.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton, not traditionally
81.
a massive 180 hitter. He's actually ranked number 5 in that column for these 6 players this week. That's his 10th so far. Actually joins level with Thibault Tricole.
60.
His 180 return rate isn't too bad, 0.21. 180s per leg. Noguera 0.24. Adams 0.21. Jackson 0.18.
140.
0.23. Tricole, lowest of the group, 0.13.
$99. And you require
With
100.
the checkout percentage that Andy Hamilton's got. Having 6 starts at 100, you'd likely say this is going to go, and he's going to go 2-1 up.
Game shot on the third leg.
11 dart.
Andy Hamilton.
Hold of throw for Hamilton. And 100 checkout. As clean as a whistle, that leg. Very, very tidy.
Fourth leg, it's
180,
Jesus to throw
81,
first.
140.
Game on.
Out in a ton in 2.
11 dart is the best leg we've seen actually so far this week. Thibault Tricole with that twice. And that's the third 11
57.
darter so far this week. And I suppose it's a good time just to pick your brain on something I was chatting with Chris Murphy about actually, about Jesus Noguera. And I said the concern for me is the range. 24-point difference in the range
140.
between the Jesus Noguera best and worst that we've seen over 10 games. That's quite a spread over such a small window of games.
Yeah, and
43.
I think what happens as a player, listen, the elite of our sport, the 128 Pro Tour card holders, and the difference as you go through the levels in that, as you approach the top 16 is their B game. It's all about the B game, and if you don't have a very good B game, it's hard to win a tour card. B, it's hard to hold on to one, because the level of play at the top end of our sport, yes, they average in the 90s. We've seen many a time the top players average in the low 90s, late 80s.
100.
But that is also included probably a poor match on finishing, but that's sort of like their C game. Their B game is sort of between 90 and 95, and their A game
100.
is 100 plus.
Do you think maybe he felt a bit of pressure as well? Because, like again, I said to Chris Murphy, when we look at all those key stats that separate the players, Jesus Noguera was ranked 1 on day 1 for pretty much everything. 42% on the outer ring. Very impressive. And then yesterday,
then I'm also worried though that did he overachieve on day 1? You know, and the reason why there is that big gap, if his B game is sort of around 80, you know, having an average of around 73,
and you require 125.
It's not too bad. Nothing any player wants, of course, especially playing in this environment. Treble 20 and tops. I just think it's the nature of our sport, and of course, when you're playing, if you get 2 players that are both struggling a bit, that's when it becomes a problem. You know, when you're involved in a match on the Pro Tour where you're leaving a double after 12 and not getting a go,
87.
Your average becomes inflated. So
he requires 60.
It's very hard.
Well, essentially, the other player can get you out of the mess, can't they?
Yeah. Oh, double.
He's so good on the doubles, he's going to
Game
hit
shot on
two.
the fourth leg. Andy Hamilton.
He's 3 from 4 on the outer ring in this game. Only missed one dart at the double. And it was non-effective to
Fifth
the
leg
results
gets
of
Andy
that
to
leg.
throw
So
first. Game on.
we said a 4-1 victory for Andy Hamilton will blow this wide open, and he's got the throw now to make that happen.
Oh, look at the room to the right.
180.
Well, nothing dreamy about that, Andy. You are up and awake. And 3-1 up. Averaging
100.
just shy of 90. And when you consider the opening 2 legs were both won in 20 darts, shows you how well he's played since then.
$83.
This is kind of
81.
another good sign of experience here from Andy Hamilton. He recognised something was wrong, and a lot of the time in a moment of crisis, when something doesn't feel right and feel wrong, people can panic, they can change rhythm, they can rush things. Things can just break down even further. Andy Hamilton's kept the same
95.
rhythm and pace, but what he's done is use that processing time, this bit of time here when he's walking back, he's using that more effectively.
Yeah, it's like
100.
he almost accepted
And you
the
require
opening 2 legs, and then
143.
they had then no further effect mentally on the rest of the match. Treble 17. Oh, would have left double 16. Treble 10's the shot. He'll
87.
be back for 56 to wrap this one up. Well, I've been called Mystic Mason. I don't know what to call you, Edgar, but you called it.
Well, one thing Andy Hamilton's been saying a lot in his interviews, and I had a little scan through his
140.
social
And you
media today on
require
Twitter as well,
56.
and he's really enjoying darts at the moment. He's really embracing this challenge today of trying to win Group A.
$36.
I think if you focus on winning
Jesus,
the
you
group,
require 80.
almost qualifying for Group B takes care of itself, doesn't it?
There was an expression in a movie I
40.
really like, and it said, aim small, miss small.
And do you require 20?
That means if you set some tight targets and you just miss out, you're going to be quite happy with the backup plan.
No score.
The 4-1
Jesus, you
scoreline was
require
something Andy
40.
Hamilton would have needed, would have wanted in order to really chase down Tricole, and the outer ring has
Game
been
shot on the fifth
so
leg.
favourable to him
Jesus
over the last sort
Noguera.
of 24 hours, but it's let him down there, and Jesus Noguera just steps in.
Sixth leg gets Jesus to
So he
throw
missed there.
first.
5
Game
match
on.
darts.
5 match darts.
Yeah, of course, he was
140.
3 from 4 on the doubles, wasn't he? He's now 3 from 9.
You mentioned earlier that those first couple of
58.
legs, there was no panic set in. This is where we may get a little bit of panic or a little bit of frustration, because that 4-1 scoreline would have made a big difference to this table.
100.
It would have put it in his hands going into that game with Tricole to completely wipe out the legs and turn it all about a points race.
And the negative memories, of course, of not beating Jesus over the last couple of
81.
days. They could start to play their part. He was averaging close to 90. His average down now to 82.71. In fact, Noguera is now ahead in
140.
terms of averages. Still trails 3-2, but he's averaging 85.
Yeah, this is a good leg, and this again goes back to what I keep saying. You've got to get people out of there when you're ahead as quick as possible, because 140, 100, 140. After just 9 darts.
180. Haters should
left
require
himself
121.
With the throw. And for the 12. Double 14.
107.
I'm not sure about that with Hamilton back on 182. I think he's made a boo-boo there. I mean, if he hits the 11, he's not going for ball anyway. By hitting the treble 11,
60.
he's now left himself double
Haters should
14 and
require
double
14.
7. And
He's had 3 darts at double 7 in his Super Series career and never hit them.
Game shot on the
But it's
6th
took him
leg.
the 5th dart in his Super
Noguera.
Series career, and he's got that one. He levels up the game. And you sort of feel even a victory here for Andy Hamilton's going to feel a little bit
7th
sour.
final leg.
Yep.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on. $140.
So also feel that Thibault Tricole's going to be somewhere watching a monitor with an Andy Hamilton voodoo doll,
putting his darts in it.
sticking them in the arm and the shoulder.
134.
That might be why he's struggling with a hand, actually. He might be sticking them in the Andy Hamilton voodoo doll hand.
Or he's put the voodoo doll in the fridge.
Yeah, maybe it's in the fridge because maybe he thinks I need that
96.
later. Andy Hamilton gets this leg and he's going to be within 4 points of Tricole.
85.
Yeah, if Hamilton wins 4-3, he goes to 14 points and plus 6. There's still 6 adrift of Tricole.
133.
If Noguera wins, he joins Hamilton on 12 points, and he'll be on 0 leg difference. 18's on 282. Answers on a postcard. Dear, oh dear.
This is a
62.
shot I like to call the Priestley.
And you require
Reminds me of Dennis Priestley at
132.
the World Match Play. Bull double 16. It's a lovely shot to watch, this one. But with Jesus back on 220, Andy Hamilton thinks, I'm just going to set this up.
I had
56.
a 132 against Conan Whitehead, who obviously went on to win Champions Week, and we met up a couple of hours before, and we were chatting about the amazing 132s, and there's one by Taylor, there's one by
100.
Wade, of course,
And
of
he
where they've
requires 76.
completely blocked out the ball, and ironically, I did exactly the same thing against him. Single 16 tops to get it done.
$56.
Another match start.
Hazers should require 120.
6th in this match.
Will he be sick at the end of this match? Jesus Noguera, match dart.
100.
That is something I did not think I would be saying
And he
about 5 minutes
required
ago.
20.
Andy Hamilton's got 3 more opportunities to make Thibault Tricole sweat.
Game shot.
And
And the
finally,
match.
Andy Hamilton gets over the line. It wasn't the score line he wanted, but it's the points that he needed. And he keeps the hopes alive of chasing down Thibault Tricole. He's now within 4 points after Thibault Tricole lost his opening game 4-0 to Martin Adams. And that puts a lot of eyes on that game. We've got Robert Thornton versus Matt Jackson next, and then it will be that big game at the top of the table, Thibault Tricole and Andy Hamilton. But we've got an opportunity now to take a look at Robert Thornton and Matt Jackson for the first time today as they start their Wednesday.
Well, things are getting interesting here at the MODUS Super Series after the first couple of results on this Wednesday morning have made things just a little more competitive at the top of the Group A table. Thibault Tricole losing 4-0 to Martin Adams in match 1, and then Andy Hamilton getting over the line 4-3 against Jesus Noguera in that last match means that the Hammer is now back in contention, 4 points behind the Frenchman at the top of the table. It is a 2-horse race for that top spot, but things just a little more competitive than they might have been had Tricole got over the line. And don't forget, that pair will play each other in their next game. The next game here features Robert Thornton and Matt Jackson. Thornton, a man who spoke about his determination for a top 3 finish in this group, but it didn't start well for him. Only won 1 match on Monday, as did his opponent, and that win actually came against Robert Thornton. Jackson getting over the line with that double 4, but Robert did get his revenge on what was a much better day for him yesterday. He won 3 of his games here on Tuesday, and this is how he got past Jackson, landing double 18 to win the match 4-3. And he'd said about Monday it was a bit of a disaster for him, but he still felt determined and confident of getting into the top 3. That's his target. So we will see if Robert can rise up the table and book a place in Group B. Remember, the advantage of that, of course, is the evening sessions. 3 players go through from a group of 5 rather than 2 from 6 in Group C. For Jackson, maybe the pressure's off a little bit today. Maybe we'll see him having a little bit more fun like we did yesterday. Let's see if he's got any more moves. Over to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar to talk you through it.
Yeah, we had the Battle of the Moonwalks yesterday when Jackson pulled out the moonwalk after the 180. I will get Chris Mason to say it at some point. I'm going to keep pushing for that. Robert Thornton, disastrous day 1, better day 2. And he certainly ended yesterday extremely strongly. Played very, very well at the back of the day. He had a 96 average against Jesus Noguera and a 96 average against Andy Hamilton in what was an absolutely fantastic game. Went down 4-3 to Hamilton, who averaged 103. So Robert Thornton, we could say, is starting to find that little bit of rhythm. The rhythm that he said he lost on day 1.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I'd say yesterday there was a lot more rhythm to the throw, playing at a nice tempo, but then found himself getting bogged down again. And on Monday,
24
was a win for Matt Jackson. In fact, it was his only win on Monday, and it came against Thornton, 4-1, with an 88.5.
100.
Thornton averaging 91. Revenge for Robert yesterday, winning 4-3. It was a tidy game. He had a 91.8.
180.
90.14, and it didn't take Thornton long to find that rhythm you were speaking of, Matt.
140.
Rhythm is a dancer. We've seen some dancing.
68.
I will do the 180 if Matt Jackson wins Group A.
100.
It's interesting, actually. I was looking through the history this morning, and I was able to find a game between Robert Thornton and Matt Jackson when they
161.
played in a Players' Championship in Irvine.
I remember that, playing up there.
In 2008.
Yeah, I remember playing at that venue. There used to be a
97. Robert, you require
along
89.
sort of like a, almost like a dock area. And right at the end was a pub, and then there was like a sports centre, and we used to play in there. It was a great venue. We used to stay
42.
in a row of
Matt, you require 64.
fishermen's cottages on that front.
Game shot on the
Oh, that was
first
tidy.
leg. Matt
Despite
Jackson.
180. It's a 14 dart breaker throw for Jackson.
Just goes to show the...
Oh, tell
Second
us
leg,
the
it's
result.
Matt
Sorry.
to throw first.
I
Game
was
on.
giving a geography lesson.
It was Robert Thornton, won 3-2.
That was sets back then.
14 years ago, in the last
140.
32, Matt Jackson just shows the longevity that he's actually had around the game. He might be new to some people, but
26.
he's been around and in the mix for quite some time.
140.
Actually managed to have a bit of a chat with Matt today. And he's actually been listening in. They've
81.
been listening in, taking a bit of advice, and there was looking at that stance and that base, because we said how narrow the base was, and he's looking to extend that out a bit so he can get that better line of balance. And this is fantastic.
You should be charging him for it.
140, 140, 171. He's on a double.
85. Matt, you require
After
50.
9. I said he was on a double after. I knew he was going for that.
Yeah, you got to be good to do that.
46.
Like, really good.
Just had that vibe. He's got that. He tried the blind 180 yesterday. He did the moonwalk on the 180.
Well, if he
54.
if he'd hit the ball, I
Matt,
said
you
this
require
must be a
4.
West Country thing.
No score.
Thornton a long way back. That's because the score in phase of this for Jackson. 140, 140, 171.
Matt, you require 4. Game shot on the second
Beautiful
leg.
leg.
Matt Jackson.
He did go brave, and it's a 16-dart hold. He's used 30 darts to win the opening 2 legs. Looks a different player today.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
What have you done to him?
Game on.
He does look a
97.
lot more stable. There's certainly less upper body movement. There's still a bit there, but
Yeah, there's still quite a bit
60.
there. Take a bit of working through and working out, wouldn't it? Because you've got to sort of iron it all the way through. So you've got to start at the base, start at the feet position, get that wider, build that to the hips.
134.
Make sure that we're not overlocking the knee or putting any tension on the back of the leg, down the calf. You've got to
140.
build from the hip up to the shoulder, and then you can start the sport-specific things, which are the arm, the extension, the wrist. I'm going to have to stop giving out too many
100.
coaching tips, though, because my diary's too full already. I can't take on many more clients.
I actually have started my diary for
50.
2023. And
Robert, you
it's-
require 170.
all the bookings that I had when we went through the phases of COVID that were put back, and I said, oh yeah,
96.
we'll do them next year. And then I put them all off this year, and I said, oh, we'll do them next year. I've literally just cancelled them all. I don't have time to do. Well, there's a couple I am doing.
62.
but they're
Robert,
very
you
much,
require 74.
private affairs. 20 tops to get a leg back. It's only
Game
a
shot on the
hold, but it
third
comes in
leg.
15
Robert
darts
Thornton.
for Robert Thornton. And now he will feel like he's in the match.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
The tempo suits both, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. And the tempo of Matt Jackson as the week's gone
50.
on has become more consistent. So very deliberate at the start. Then he probably went a bit too quick, and he sort of just found that nice middle range.
100.
Yeah, that happy balance. It's
80.
true what you say about starting from the foundation. It's exactly what I did. I just basically broke it down and just got the fundamentals right to start with, and then worried
100.
about where the darts were going.
Everyone talks about big power cars like a Ferrari. Look at the engine on that. But doesn't matter how good the engine
123.
is, if you've got no tyres on it, it's going nowhere. Start at the thing that roots you to the earth.
140.
Tend to find I do quite a lot of sessions remotely at the moment, like online and video calls. So tend to find that when I leave
65.
here after talking about darts all day, I go back and sit
Robert,
doing
you
sessions
require
with people talking about darts
161.
even further.
Well, the thing is, when you're watching it this close up and personal, you
91.
know we can see the flaws.
100. Robert, you require 70.
Pressure on the 70. He's going to get one dart at tops, and that's right in the middle of his eye line. That's
Game
a
shot on the
super
fourth
adjustment.
leg.
Back
Robert
to back.
Thornton.
15 darters from Thornton. Got a game on our hands. Just 60 darts used to win
Fifth
the
leg, it's
opening
Robert to
4
throw
legs of this
first.
match.
Game on.
2 to Jackson, 2 to Thornton.
Took just under 7 minutes as well to play 4 legs of darts. That shows the rhythm and the pace of this game.
140.
Not just the standard. Matt Jackson, 5 scores of 140 or more.
97.
Robert Thornton, 5 scores of 130 or more, but also has that maximum 180 visit.
140.
Back-to-back 140s to start leg 5. This is a little bit special. And there's confirmation
96.
of the numbers that Edgar was referring to.
And one of those 140 pluses for Matt Jackson was the 171
45.
when he set up the bullseye after just 9 darts.
He was on a 10.
84.
£5,000, the weekly prize this week for the
140.
winner on Saturday night. Matt Jackson has scooped a £5,000 check before.
He has.
That was in the JDC Virtual World Championship.
Robert, you
I
require
believe that
36.
sort of started in lockdown. People had to qualify through an online sort of Facebook live stream, and then
28.
all the qualifiers went over
Matt,
to
you
Gibraltar
require
and
84.
played for a Virtual World Championship in a physical environment. Matt
59.
Jackson winning that one. I believe it was 6-4.
Robert,
in
you
the
require
final.
8. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Missed the ball
Robert
there.
Thornton.
Matt Jackson for a breaker throw and a 3-2 lead, and he's paid the price. That was a 16-dart
6th leg. It's
hold
Matt
and
to
3 on
throw
the spin
first.
for the rampant Robert Thornton.
46.
I actually sat and watched his interview on that. That was the 2021 JDC Virtual World Championship, and I watched his interview
100.
this morning. And he was speaking in that about how he got in the habit of just going through the motions, and people
57.
have been giving him a bit of advice on what he should do and sort of how to really maximise his game. And he talks about things like a flow mentality,
96.
which is a lot about taking away distractions and external factors.
85.
Certainly heading in the right direction at the moment on upwards curve. He won that title last year
100.
and picked up plenty of titles this year on the ADC. Currently #1 on their system, which is why he's here in the event this week.
47.
In fairness, apart from missing the ball in the last
140.
leg, it's hard to be overcritical. He's averaging 88 plus.
80. Robert, you require 65.
87 now. Oh, too good.
I think this game isn't more about what Matt Jackson's done wrong, but about
61.
what Robert Thornton has done right.
Correct. Now, can he apply a bit of pressure and keep his fingers crossed?
100.
It's a ton.
Robert, you require 4.
Double 2,
Game,
and Robert
shot, and the
Thornton
match.
makes it
Robert
4 on
Thornton.
the spin. He lost the opening 2 legs in 14 and 16 to Matt Jackson before reeling off legs in 15 darts, 16 and 16 in a winning start to the day for Robert Thornton. There is the numbers: 92.74, 7 140s or more, and a 180, and the doubling. Super special for Robert Thornton. 4 out of 7, 57%. When we come back, Thibault Tricole takes on Andy Hamilton.
Hi there, welcome back. We're about to get game 4 of the day underway here at the MODUS Super Series, and it could be the most significant game of the week so far. More on that in a moment. Just a quick reflection on what's happened so far today. Thibault Tricole going down 4-0 to Martin Adams in the first match of the day. Then Andy Hamilton getting the better of Jesus Noguera 4-3. And in the game we've just witnessed, Robert Thornton coming back from 2-0 behind against Matt Jackson, who made a great start, but the Thorn fired back. And he carries on his climb up the table, which we can take a look at now. Thornton still there in 5th place, but joint on 10 points with both Jesus Noguera and Martin Adams, and very much in contention for that top 3 finish that he said he is aiming for here at the Super Series this week. But it's Andy Hamilton in 2nd place, taking on Thibault Tricole in 1st place. That is this all-important 4th game of the day. It could make all the difference in terms of the race for top spot. Hamilton did get the better of Thibault when the pair of them met earlier in the week. It was a 66 checkout that won it for Hamilton on Monday, but Tricole returned the favour on Tuesday. The Frenchman getting over the line. In fact, I think this is the Monday match that we're seeing first. 66 coming in for Andy Hamilton here. Here comes the hammer. Going. Still going. And gone. There we go. My timing is absolutely sublime today, isn't it? Yeah, and then Thibault Tricole did get the better of him on Tuesday. But the start that Thibault made today, really interesting, really significant, because he was beaten 4-0 by Wolfie, as I mentioned. It is the 6th time in the history of the Super Series that he hasn't won a leg, and it is the first time in almost 150 matches that he's played that he hasn't thrown a single dart at double. Can he recover from that, or will Andy Hamilton continue to recover the deficit between the top 2? Let's find out with Mason Matt.
Thanks, Murph. Well, speaking of timing, here's Robert Thornton timing his run to perfection, Matt.
It could well be. He's produced 3 good performances back-to-back across the 2 days. But the timing could be out for Thibault Tricole at the moment. He's took a 4-0 defeat in his opening game to Martin Adams today. That's the biggest defeat he's had. He's only had 2 defeats so far this week, but the timing of that is terrible due to this man, Andy Hamilton. Andy Hamilton got over the line in his opening game against Jesus Noguera, which closed that gap. And Andy Hamilton is the closest chaser to Thibault Tricole for that top position. And if Andy Hamilton can get a victory here, we've got to remember this is double points in that legs column, because every leg Andy Hamilton gains, he also takes one off Thibault Tricole. So every leg's worth 2. If Andy Hamilton was to win this 4-1, that would be a 6-leg swing, because he would gain
First leg,
3
it's
legs
Thibault to throw
whilst
first.
taking 3 off Thibault
Game
Tricole,
on.
and then making this a real battle with potentially Robert Thornton, as you mentioned, becoming the severe spoiler in this group.
It's like a 6-pointer in football, isn't it? Well, what's more
60.
concerning, the average for Tricole was 81.3. Didn't hit a 180, which isn't a massive shock, but no darts at doubles. Hamilton averaged only 4 points more, but had 3 180s in there, an 11 darter, 100 checkout.
58.
You know, he was asked a question by Jesus early in the match, and then came through a little bit of a firefight, and that will put Hamilton in good stead.
99.
Coming through that examination, would have loved to have won 4-1. It wasn't to be.
You mentioned no 180 for Thibault Tricole and how that wasn't a surprise for you. Actually, 87% of Thibault Tricole's games,
140.
which is coming up to the 150 mark, have had 0 or just the 180. 87%.
Yeah, that's
85.
the worst strike rate than me. Opportunity for Hamilton just to make inroads on the Tricole
57.
throw, but those opportunities were squandered.
Thibault Tricole is the slight favourite for this one. He was 8-11 before the off. And I think that
59.
comes down to purely just having the advantage of the throw, because in this situation, you have to favour Andy Hamilton, surely.
I agree. I wouldn't be having anything on Tricole odds on,
96.
especially even prior to seeing the performance in the opening match of the day.
140. And you require 150.
I don't expect to see the Simon Whitlock approach of the 3 bullseyes here. He has took out some big finishes this week.
80. Thibault, you require 58.
Tricole's head has not moved. It was head down the whole time.
It's his first starts at
Game shot on
doubles
the
today.
first leg. Thibault
They are
Tricole.
converted successfully. An 18-dart hold. That would be a little frustrating for
Second leg,
Andy.
it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He lost his opening leg against Jesus and then began to respond.
I actually like this approach from
71.
Thibault. Heads down. He's not living every dart. He's not living every moment. He's trying to take some of the drama out of what is a very dramatic game of darts.
85.
Yeah, in the context of Group A, this is huge.
$85.
Matt Jackson and Martin Adams to follow this one. And then we go into another really big match.
140.
Not maybe necessarily in the context of winning Group B, but taking one of the second or third spots for a place in Group B as Jesus Noguera faces off against Robert Thornton.
98.
And I'm going to go bold, which means I'm probably going to get this completely wrong. And I'm going to say I can't see anything as this stands right now, sat here at 20 to 11 in the morning. I can't see anything but a
81.
Robert Thornton win.
Well, if you agree, it's 10 to 11 Noguera, 4 to 5 Thornton. And I have to concur, Mr. Edgar. I agree.
99.
It isn't just you that will look foolish. Jumping in the bin with you.
59. And you require 148.
This is one of those nice finishes because if you get that first dart right, you can stay on the treble 20 like that. That is good.
Game shot
Now,
on the second leg.
It is a lot harder than Andy Hamilton made that look. I did say it was nice. It's just made it look easy. That is a very tough thing to do. An amazing finish there for Andy Hamilton. Adds that to the
Third leg,
column
it's Thibault
of
to
big
throw
checkouts he has
first.
took already this week, including a 167.
Yeah, he's had the most of all ton plus outs now.
136.
With that 100 he took out against Jesus Noguera in match number 2, he's taken his tally now up to 7, I think, Matt.
55.
Yeah, 7 ton plus finishes, and we're only on day 3.
His nearest rival is on 3. And that is Noguera, who has the highest finish of the week, 170.
81.
Is Andy Hamilton, even though he's second in the table and potentially chasing down that top
98.
spot, are we underselling what Andy Hamilton is achieving here this week? 7 finishes of 100 or more. He's the only player to
100.
average over 100, averaging that 103 yesterday. Checkout percentage yesterday was 48.48. The highest of the week so far on checkout percentage, 40%, which is head and shoulders above everybody else in the group on the doubles.
Well, if you looked at all those numbers and I told you, oh, by the way, he's not top, You'd be shocked.
Well, what these numbers suggest is actually Thibault Tricole. Yes, we look at the table and get carried away
85.
with it this morning and go, oh, it's Thibault, Thibault, Thibault. But what the numbers suggest is Andy Hamilton's going to chase him down today and he's going to go to the wire.
If Andy can win here. I think it all boils down to this game. Because, of course, after this one, they both only have
96.
3 more to
Thibault
play, which
required
gives
99.
6 points available.
Game shot on the third leg. Thibault Tricole.
Thibault Tricole takes out the 99. It is a 3-dart finish, of course. But another
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
very tidy hold of throw.
Game on.
A 15-darter to back up the 15-darter and the 1-4-8 in leg 2 from Hamilton. Everything going to throw so far, and you did say that the only reason he's that 8-11 favourite is because of the throw, and at the moment that's paying dividends.
Another thing I said this morning when I was up on the balcony with Chris Murphy was the difference and the reason Thibault Tricole is there is because of those
100.
combination shots where you get one dart in hand. That a case in point. 99 finish there from Thibault. It's not it's not like a 148 from Hamilton or the 170. It's not one of those big whack that in the highlight reel, but in terms of the importance,
180.
it is huge.
140, followed by a
60.
180 on throw for Hamilton. 160 points the lead, plus these. It's World Seniors qualifiers this week, isn't it? Along with the start
81.
of the Grand Slam. Also, believe is there a WDF event in Malta on at the moment?
Bit of a darts fest. Well, this time of year it is, though, isn't it? It's dartness.
85.
Well,
And you
quite fancy
require
that next year,
100.
if you- Bit of a trip to Malta, bit of winter sun.
And see Chris Mason going to all the WDF events that are
Game
hot.
shot on the fourth leg.
Yes, only the
Andy Hamilton.
only the hot ones, as not for the first time today, and it's reference to what you said earlier about underselling him. That's his second 11-darter of the day.
Fifth leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
Second ton plus finish of this game.
His 8th of the week.
2 from 2 on the checkouts. Whatever stat we want to talk about,
140.
we've pretty much got to put Andy Hamilton on top of it.
And we're into leg 5, so the numbers are irrelevant. 103.33, not for the first time this week, up in the 103s. Checkouts, very good from
100.
both.
$139.
And I said Thibault was favourite because of the advantage of throw, and he is certainly defending his throw well.
Both are, aren't they?
Saying to Andy, essentially, you're going to break me. You've got to
21.
find one of those 11 darters against the throw.
Yep.
Got a good lead in this one,
94.
which means he should get to 3. So even in defeat, there won't be too much damage done.
Yeah, he's only dropping 1 on the leg difference, isn't he?
$180. Thibault, you require 128.
In his opening match of the day.
$96.
So he's holding his throw well after just 12 darts, leaves a single.
So he's forcing Hamilton into a 10 or 11 or a 12.
$80. Thibault, you
Big nice
require
start there for Andy,
32.
puts it in range. Thibault's only missed one dart of the double before this shot. He's building it in.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Always
Thibault
looked likely. The
Tricole.
way he was just working his way into that double. Takes the 3-2 lead and the holds of throw.
6th
Maybe the
leg, it's
bookies did
Andy
get
to
it
throw
right with
first.
that
Game on.
assumption that this is just going to be a game where we just see lots of holds.
In the case so far, that the first real pressure moment is upon us, with Andy Hamilton having to hold throw. loses the match.
140.
Just to go over that point again, you say having to hold throw or he loses the match.
60.
That is a man who's averaging 103.37 right now. He went all the way in his first game. Won that 4-3 against Jesus Noguera, but he did have the advantage of
96.
throwing the last leg. Tricole didn't manage to register a single leg in 4-0 defeat to Martin Adams, so this is a
41.
fantastic turnaround and good bounce back ability.
Didn't register a single dart at a double against Martin Adams, who averaged 98.5.
But did you notice there at the back of the stage? Look, he's becoming animate. He's becoming embroiled with the game. He's living the game now.
59.
And with that, no treble in 6 darts. This is the bit I'd like to see change in the Tricole game.
And remain stoic.
100.
Don't watch your opponent. Don't worry about what they're doing. You have no control.
I'd also like to invite him to poker night tonight.
Bit of a floaty one, that second one, wasn't it?
121.
You could almost see the change. The release was a little early, but down to 85 after 12. He waited a while. That
180.
is
And you
Thibault's
require 85.
first max. And he was waiting on 120 in the previous leg.
Not 180. Forces Andy Hamilton to have to go for the bull.
60.
Wrong with the line.
Thibault, you require 120.
From literally nowhere. This could be full on Undertaker here from Thibault Tricole. We're about to hear the dong.
80.
Well, we heard the clip of the wire.
And you require
Wow, that was
25.
close. He knows it was close. So does this man.
Take your pick of your route. 9 for 8. He's got 2 darts. The stats suggest that's all he needs. That's a long way off.
17.
Despite being around about the 100 average for pretty much this
Thibault,
whole
you
game,
require 40.
he might be about to lose and hand Thibault Tricole Group A.
Game, shot,
The
and
biggest
match.
battle of
Thibault
the week so far,
Tricole.
the most important one in terms of the points, and it goes the way of the Frenchman Thibault Tricole, who wins that one 4-2. That one will extend his legs column. That one will decrease Andy Hamilton's legs column. But most importantly there, Thibault Tricole puts another 2 points on the table, and that pretty much wraps things up as far as Thibault Tricole's concerned in getting straight through to Saturday night's final. So Group B positions are available. There are big advantages for that, and one of the players in the running for that is Martin Adams. He's coming up next when he takes on Matt Jackson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Looks good, doesn't it? You could be here as well on Saturday night. Tickets available for free from dartshop.tv, and it is looking good for Thibault Tricole, who has just won probably the most significant match in this group so far. The Frenchman getting the better of Andy Hamilton, despite some really top draw finishing from the hammer, taking out this 1-4-8 checkout early in the match to level. Hamilton, one of 8 three-figure finishers that he's produced this week, including 2 in that match. Tricole, well, it is as good as a three-figure finish, isn't it? 99, a 3-dart finish, and Andy Hamilton added another one. But ultimately, the match ended in defeat for him, and it means that Thibault Tricole is as good as at finals night. In fact, mathematically, he needs just one more win or Andy Hamilton to lose one more match. He has a massive leg difference advantage as well. We can get confirmation of that by looking at the Group A table. Tricole, top of it, 6 points clear of Andy Hamilton now. The rest of the players waiting to play their 12th match of the week. Noguera, Adams and Thornton all battling it out, looking like for 3rd place. And next up it is Martin Adams. He takes on Matt Jackson, the ADC ranking leader. Adams has won both of their meetings this week, and we can see him doing just that here with a 4-0 win on Monday. Of course, Adams had a 4-0 win in his first match today, beating the league leader Thibault Tricole, and Wolfie was at it again on Tuesday, this time a 4-1 success for the 3-time world champion. So will he repeat the feat, or will Matt Jackson get off the mark for today? We are about to find out in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
This one intrigues me. This one's an exciting game for me here. Martin Adams started the day extremely well, a 98 average in a 4-0 victory over Thibault Tricole, who looks to have booked his place through to Saturday already. And Matt Jackson, who had a much improved performance, 87.43, did go down in defeat to Robert Thornton, but looked a lot more likely. He's on for a 10-darter at one point. And I like watching Matt Jackson. Went for the bullseye. Cheeky play, but I love it. Go for the 10-darter, go for the best leg of the week. 11-darter currently taking that on. And Andy Hamilton with a couple of those, and Thibault Tricole with a couple of those as well.
That's nice for the highlight video, isn't it? But it's not been a happy hunting ground thus far. The aggregate score is 8-1 in favour of this man, Martin Adams. 4-0 Monday, 4-1 yesterday, and we spoke about rhythm a lot.
Matt to throw first.
And although Martin's not particularly slow, it's not the kind of player he's going to get that much needed tempo with. Far more deliberate, Martin.
55.
Spoke a lot about shirts and branding and things this week, and I think worth mentioning the shirt that Martin Adams is wearing at the moment. This is a shirt to show his support for the Macmillan Cancer Support. You see all over his shirt the support for the various charities that he likes to support, the cancer support there, the prostate cancer on the
180
on the collar. Also got his poppy on as well.
Yeah, a guy I follow on YouTube just did a fundraiser for Macmillan.
100.
Are a Top Gear fan, but there was a woman called Sabine Schmitz who was the queen of the Nuremberg ring, and in a Top Gear series she did a lap in just over 10 minutes in a transit van, and he tried to not replicate the time, but he actually drove this transit van all the way to the Nuremberg ring and did a couple of laps in it, and all to raise money from Macmillan.
62.
It's a
Matt, you
wonderful
require
idea.
86.
Also a massive advocate of the Prostate Cancer Trust as well, is Martin.
82.
That was for a 12.
Saw Michael Smith do this as well a few years back at the World Match Play, didn't he? He wore a shirt to support for mental health and then auctioned that off at the end to raise some funds.
Yep.
159. Matt, you require 4.
The middle of the leg has been outstanding with the back-to-back
Game
maxes.
shot on the first leg.
It is
Matt
a
Jackson.
14-dart hold. Well, whatever you've said to him, Matt, it's working. I think I'll be booking in for
Second leg, it's Martin's to throw
for
first.
coaching lessons.
Game on.
Well, he's taught me a lesson for sidebarring there as well, hasn't he, Matt Jackson? Back-to-back 180, he's in that one. 14-dart opener. Martin Adams was right on his tail, though. With the double after 12. This is a
140.
much improved Martin Adams.
He's an
140.
old locomotive now, and it takes a couple of days to just get up to speed.
Well, when we looked at the odds and the prices before this one, we looked at them and says, I don't like it, but I can't fully argue against
45.
It's one of those things like you walk into your local shop and there's a TV there, and the
140.
TV should cost you £100, but it's priced up at £400, and you go, well, I still get the TV, but do I really want to pay £400?
You know, on the road, there's one a little cheaper.
60.
Back-to-back 140s in the leg. Matt Jackson has made some start to this match.
41.
Be easy to look at the short term and see the small window we've seen from Matt Jackson and judge him on that and say he needs to find this or that. But actually, what does he need to find? Because 30 titles, top of the ADC ranking,
135.
won that JDC Virtual World Championship last year. He's certainly got it in the locker. It's just that he didn't show it the first couple of days.
80.
He's now
Martin,
showing
you
us what he's
require
capable of.
121.
Well, we've seen flashes of it over the opening couple of days. Well, we're going to see flashes of Adams' brilliance here. Oh, misses the 51. But Jackson on a turn, and he's been hitting
57.
that treble 20 with
Matt,
some
you require
regularity.
100.
Top stops.
60. Martin, you require 64.
Interesting you say, keep seeing flashes, because in the interview I watched of him this morning, he actually referenced Mark Dudbridge quite a bit, from the same sort of area as Dudbridge and Steve Brown.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the second
so he-
leg.
big pals
Martin Adams.
with both. An 18-dart hold for Martin. Levels things up. Yeah, plays
Third
a
leg,
lot
it's
of
Matt
darts
to throw first. Game on.
in and around the Bristol area with Steve and Mark Dudbridge.
85.
Mark Dudbridge, of course, another player who's accepted his invite into the World Seniors in February at the Circus Tavern. A wonderful lineup. I am trying to get a comprehensive
60.
lineup of those who have already accepted their invitations. Tickets are already available for that event in February at the Circus Tavern, the legendary venue. And that's unfortunate.
120.
You can get them from dartshop.tv, and a couple more names will be added this week, of course, with the World Seniors qualifiers in Reading. Good luck to all those attending that.
$47.
If you are over, or 50 and over, and you fancy playing in it, it is completely open to
96.
all players 50 and over without a tour card. And all the information can be found at www.worldseniors.com.
180.
Maybe could be up against that man there, Martin Adams.
100.
Robert Thornton, the current champion, the world champion on the Seniors Tour. He's coming up next. We'll see him against Jesus
100.
Noguera.
Matt, you require
fabulous addition,
100.
something that we were all calling out for, even well before we were
Game shot on the third
approaching
leg.
50 years of age,
Jackson.
as Matt Jackson pops in the ton finish for yet another 5-visit leg, 15 dart hole.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw
Yeah, it was
first.
something we were calling
Game
out
on.
for years ago, that we wanted to get in place, because, you know, once you sort of reach that age, the rigors of the tour are sometimes a little bit too much. Fortunately,
36.
the powers that be have stepped in. Make sure you all support it, and it will have longevity.
42.
That does include players and fans. Had a wonderful turnout last year. The atmosphere looked incredible. Or should I say this year?
100.
I do love that angle, watching the players' action. A much higher hand and elbow position.
45.
You look at Martin. Look at the Sporty Stuff TV. And it is there. Look at that. Every time. The same spot, the same height, the same pullback, the same pulls.
140.
And there's the result.
$81.
As you can see, it's a much more wristy action from Matt Jackson, which is, again, a little harder to consistently replicate. There's a few more moving parts.
45. $100.
He is going to be liable to, let's say, that high and that low. Look at the dart in the hand. From that side angle, the dart goes flat, but then the throw and the release comes up.
And that's why there's a lot of weep and wibble.
100.
If we get another shot, you watch the dart through the air. See, there's a lot of movement with the dart. It's almost flicked out of the hand.
180. Martin, you require 80.
That's a third 180. $15 ball.
41.
Well, the weight
Matt,
was
you
okay.
require
The line
53.
wasn't.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that's
Matt
our first
Jackson.
break of throw. We'll try and get an actual shot of the dart travelling through the air, just
Fifth
so you
leg,
can
it's Matt
see
to
the
throw
amount
first.
of
Game
weep
on.
and wibble. And there you can see it.
56.
The dart sort of goes up, comes down, and then almost, well, it then gets to the angle of entry in time.
100.
Itself. Probably see it here.
$60.
One thing that can't be ignored here is the performance again from Matt Jackson. I said he's increased his level of performance today, 87 average in defeat to Robert Thornton. He is now at the 93 mark. He's been sort of solid around this mark for the whole game.
Yep. There's confirmation.
56.
Prior to that visit, both averaging 93. Martin looking to break straight back. Those 3 180s are negated really by the
44.
5-2 in terms of 140s in favour of Martin Adams and the 2 more ton pluses. But Martin
59.
is reduced to just 2 at a double in 4 legs.
Are we getting to the point here, though, where Matt Jackson's played so well that he now sees the finishing
60.
line and a potential win on TV against a multiple-time world champion?
Yeah, and a player is yet to beat so far this week.
78. Martin, you require
6 darts for
157.
Martin from 157. If we do go another leg, I will try and get my director to give you a shot of the actual flight of the dart upon release. Well, you can see it from that shot there. There's a lot of movement in the dart before
55.
it eventually
Martin, you
gets to the
require
board and
24.
almost straightens out.
I was about to say it's a leg to forget here
Matt,
for Matt
you require
Jackson.
137.
18 darts and still on 137.
42.
He's
Martin, you
let him off
require
there.
6.
Long way down for Martin. Well over 6 foot.
Game shot on the
right
fifth
in the middle.
leg. Martin
Middle,
Adams.
full diddle. And it is a break of throw. It's a 19 dart break of throw. He has the darts in the 6th for a level
Sixth leg,
game.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, definitely a leg to forget there for Matt Jackson. Just completely lost a line on the treble. Lost about 7-8 points on the average. And give the advantage of throw to Martin Adams to level this up.
180.
Johnny Colstefine calling in the max for Martin. His second of the match. We've had 5 in total.
9.
This shot here, you'll... Okay, we won't see it. Martin, a lot cleaner through the air upon release.
60.
And you can see perfectly when they hold that shot,
55.
the dart moves around in the air. And that's all down to
40.
smoothness of release, isn't it? And how quickly fingers open. Or the hand opens, should I say.
The angle of the dart can help as well, how that sits in the
57.
hand. Because his dart's quite flat, he's got to create the arc. Where with Martin Adams, as it comes back, the point comes up, which is already setting it on that sort of archy rainbow motion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot flatter in the hand, as you can see. Well, it was parallel, wasn't it, with that sporty stuff logo on the
140.
side stage. And the release point, as you can see, it's a little down.
100.
So the dart
Martin,
is being
you require
moved
81.
up before it weeps down, before it eventually flattens out to hit the board. Well, that will do. Tops for a level game.
Game
Brilliant.
shot on the 6th leg.
Outstanding
Martin
leg of
Adams.
darts from Martin Adams. The 81 checkout, a 15 dart hold, 3-3. And the pressure continues to build.
7th and final
on
leg.
Matt
It's Matt
Jackson.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, Matt Jackson's been in this position 8 times before. He's won 4 of them, lost 4 of them. So he's
43.
completely 50-50 in this situation. So there's no clue in there. Martin Adams has been here 106 times, winning 60 of those battles.
How many of them against the throw?
There has been
55.
47 against their throw. He's won 21, lost 26. Matt Jackson won 3 of these situations with the throw, lost 2.
140.
So the very small indication at the moment just slightly tips the balance in favour of Matt Jackson on previous.
A lot smaller sample, isn't it?
100.
Could have done with a 140 there. He's going to have to hope for a mistake from Matt.
60.
That may be it. 2 treble visit here, and it's advantage Adams.
$44.
So looking for a slip. There's a slip. Matt Jackson just needs 1 treble. He's got it. These are bonus darts.
100.
He's fine. He probably would have wanted more, considering that that dart was right in the corner, give him a nice big open bed, but one treble was the requirement in that situation. Left himself the 158. Nothing Martin Adams can do, so Matt Jackson's got 6 darts to get this one wrapped
60.
up.
Matt, you require
And get another 2
158.
points on the board.
$98.
Again, just the one treble's all he needed there. Left himself a nice little 2-darter. Adams can only watch.
$121. Matt, you require 60.
But it is Matt Jackson to pick up his. Well, he's won 1 game on each day. Will double 10 continue that trend?
50. Martin, you require 121.
This would be a bit of a steal. He's going to get a shot. Going to be at double 14.
93.
It was nearly a steal there, but Matt Jackson, you feel this is last chance?
Yeah, for sure. It's not the nicest double in the world, is it? That's the way he put one up, and then
8.
Over adjustment.
Martin, you require 28.
Jackson has put the darts down. He expects this to go. Surely does with those two.
Game, shot,
and Martin
and
Adams,
match.
last dart in hand,
Adams
wraps it up, and Matt Jackson looks absolutely gutted at the back of the stage there, and rightly so. He raced into a 3-1 lead. Looked like he was going to put the performance of the week in, and then from 3-1 just couldn't find anything. Martin Adams reels it back, takes the 4-3 victory, and keeps his hopes of Group B alive. Robert Thornton is someone who is in the running for that Group B, and he is coming up next against Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back, as I welcome back Matthew Edgar to talk us through what we've seen so far on the final day of Group A at the MODUS Super Series. We've seen some significant results. It looked like we were going to get a real race for top spot, but that's changed a bit now, hasn't it, Thibault Tricole? Very much there.
Yeah, and I think Andy Hamilton can feel a little bit harshly treated. We was looking through all the stats and the numbers, and everything, if you looked at those purely just the stats and the numbers, you'd say Andy Hamilton was top of the table, but he's not, and it looks like Thibault Tricole's got it wrapped up now.
Yeah, let's look at that table now to just get confirmation of that. Tricole mathematically needs one more win or Andy Hamilton to lose one more match, but even if there was a complete capitulation from him and Hamilton to keep winning, they'd need to be a swing of 10 or 11 legs there as well. The race, though, really is on for third place in the group, and Martin Adams, coming back to beat Matt Jackson in that last match, has put himself in a strong position.
He has, but on the same aspect, my eye is instantly drawn to Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton's playing very good dart. Last 3 games, so 2 games yesterday and the first one today, very good stuff. He's found that rhythm and that pace that he said he needs. I can see him closing that in, and Martin Adams, as the day goes on, has sort of tailed off a little bit the last couple of days. He is carrying injuries with the arthritis and the shoulder injury and the calf injury, so they are going to start coming into play, and Thornton's just getting better. I expect him to overtake.
Yeah, and he's in action in the next match. He faces Jesus Noguera, the other man in that mini battle for third place. And Thornton has beaten Noguera on each of their last couple of meetings. The Scotsman getting the better of the Spaniard on Monday, which was double 16 day for Robert Thornton. And he did it again 24 hours later. So, I mean, you said in commentary to Chris Mason that you couldn't see anything other than a Thornton win. That's all there has been so far this week in this fixture.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get a bit more of the same. And when you look at the stats, the numbers, the data, everything just backs it up, really. You know, I'm just purely voicing what I'm seeing in terms of a pattern in the numbers. And Robert Thornton is on the increase.
So when I asked you at the top of the show for the 1, 2, 3, you went Tricole 1, you went Hamilton 2. Are you now saying Thornton 3?
Yes, I'm off the fence now. I'm going Thornton for the third place.
Fair enough. Well, let's see if he can take a step towards it. He faces Jesus Noguera. Chris Mason is ready to guide you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I am very much looking forward to this one. The compilers have it as a pick'em game, despite the record for Thornton over Jesus Noguera. They go 10 to 11, Jesus. 4 to 5 for Chocolate. On Monday, Thornton won 4-2. Yesterday, more convincing, winning 4-1 with a 96.2 average, 3 180s and 80% on the doubles. Make of that what you will. As the chaps rightly said, and I agree with Matt, who's just joined me from
First
the
leg, it's
balcony.
Jesus to throw first.
Just can't see anything
Game on.
than a Thornton win. And again, it's not on opinion. I didn't buy some Thornton chocolates last night or anything like that. I didn't see an image of
100.
Jesus in the shower when it missed it up.
123.
Chris Murphy mentioned something there that we picked up on about Robert Thornton changing
66.
to the double 16 on day one. I said double 16 day for Robert Thornton, something that was quite unusual. And we said yesterday he went back to going at tops again. I find that strange because Robert Thornton's always been regarded as one of the best double tops hitters, and he decided to start using the double 16 on day one. His doubling percentage dropped down to 25%. Yesterday that recovered to 34% when he started using tops again.
Yeah,
56.
I don't know. As long as it's a predetermined tactic, down to the fact that maybe he feels that he may have been finding the throw a little long, or he may have been a little tight and felt that he just
100.
wasn't getting the extension in the arm to reach top. So double 16, a little bit more of a forgiving double,
100.
of course.
I'm just going to dig a little bit deeper into that again. And if I said to you on day one, Robert Thornton played 5 games of darts and in the whole day threw 5 darts at tops, you wouldn't believe me.
Absolutely not.
41. Especially when we look in contrast to day 2.
Robert, you require
he threw
82.
23 darts. at tops, hitting 43% of those, and that is why he increased his double percentage yesterday by 9%.
42.
Well,
Jesus, you
maybe that
require
was
135.
an example of his lacking confidence on the tops. And he can't finish now after the 16. Needed a 25 at least. Got to come down now.
93. Robert, you require 40.
He was 2 inches over with his first start. That one was a good 2 inches under.
30.
Nowhere near.
Jesus, you
Any
require
of them.
42. $10.
I was going to say is
Robert, you
Jesus
require
going, hey
10.
Robert, you can't afford to miss.
Game shot on the
And he
first
doesn't.
leg. Robert
And it is
Thornton.
an instant break of throw for Thornton, but he made a meal of that one. He was in absolute control.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
So I mentioned the doubling percentage increasing for Robert Thornton, going from 25% up to 34%. From
140.
ditching the idea of using the 16s and going back to tops. Do you have any idea how many darts he might have thrown at double 16 as a part of that increased day on day 2? Or
134.
Yeah, I can't remember him having one at it, which is why I said none. So that doesn't surprise me.
100.
And of course, that process of what W end on, very much like in snooker when they're compiling a break, the modern player, of course, is already assessing the situation
45.
sort of 2 or 3 visits out from being on a double.
well, from this point, if you're a 16s man, you're going to start looking at potentially utilising the 17s.
85.
Especially with that last start there. The 17 would have put you on the 164. The treble would have put you on the 130. They're good breakdowns for being able to try and put yourself on that 32.
Yeah, especially like you say the 264 and the ton.
140.
Well, back-to-back tons gets you down to the 64 or 140 and 60. The 64, of course, 16-16 double.
71.
In the same area, the treble 16 for double 8. They do think that far ahead.
$100. Robert, you require 105.
It's another shot where you see if someone prefers tops or 16s.
Game
and
shot
that
the
is
second
better
leg.
from Robert Thornton.
Thornton.
He's having a game of loopy in the first leg. And he nearly got it in the O of the 20. And then this time much better, straight in the
Third
tops.
leg, it's Jesus to throw
And that's
first.
the doubles percentage
Game
we
on.
expect to see from Robert Thornton when he's throwing at the tops. Yesterday, 23 darts in that area, 43% hit.
100. $38. $140.
Better from Noguera, ton, followed by a 140 on throw.
180.
First max of the match. And it goes to Thornton. That gets him right back in the leg.
140. $140. Jesus should require 121.
Good leg from Jesus. Not really been in the match at the moment, been a bit of a passenger. But ton 140, 140. Gives him a bit of hope of holding his throw.
Not after that, was it?
42. Robert, you require 143.
I believe 79. Even if you hit the 57, it's not a nice double 11, is it?
Well, this week we have seen 3
47.
4-0 victories. They have all gone
Jesus
to Martin
requires
Adams. Robert
79.
Thornton was on the wrong end of one of those. Hoping to
Game shot
get
in the
one of his
third
own, but he
leg.
now can't. Jesus
Noguera.
Noguera takes that out in 2 darts. Nice little polished finish, and double 11's not one of those that people tend to get too many darts at, but it's a lovely double to
Fourth
throw
leg,
at.
it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just that horrible breakdown, isn't it? You, especially with 2 in hand, you're almost scared to attack it. Totally different when you've got 3, of course.
100.
You attack it like that on that 79, after it in the 57, you overly attack, you burn it
22.
up. Only 22.
140.
Oh, almost looked destined to be a 140 after that first start.
That is the 12th dart
84.
this group have thrown at double 11. Group A. That is the 5th hit. So 5 out of 12.
180.
So confirms it is a nice double. You just got to be, like say, you're worried of that breakdown.
Yeah. I mean, a player
21. Robert, you require
will most
81.
unlikely lose line.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
So that is
Robert
why the
Thornton.
double 11 and double 6 aren't particularly unpleasant, because if your line's right,
5th leg, it's
the
Jesus to
weight
throw
of dart
first.
is,
Game on.
you've got a lot of room of error, haven't you? That was another 11 darts. That's the 3rd 11 dart of the day.
Yep, 2 for Andy Hamilton. We've had 2
140.
over the first couple of days from Thibault Tricole. Robert Thornton adding himself to that roll of honour. Can we see a 10? Can we see a 9?
100.
Be nice. It's Graham Usher, the last one, wasn't it?
With Conor Heenahan.
Correct. 2 points, Edgar.
140.
Back-to-back 140s. This game is going back and forth. Thornton.
140.
To leg 5, he's averaging 102 to Noguera's 87.
So you're saying that's going back and forth. There's one thing that's going upwards, and that is the Robert Thornton performance.
60.
A level of performance for sure.
Said he had no rhythm or feel on day 1. His words, disastrous. Day 2.
97.
was
Jesus should
looking like
require
it was gonna be disastrous again, and
161.
then he just found something at the back end of the day.
Yeah, just enough to keep his hopes alive. He's down at the bottom on day 1 with just 1 win, wasn't he? With Matt Jackson.
137. Robert, you require 164.
Another high quality leg.
$96. Jesus should require 24.
To force Thornton to serve it out. Double 6. The opposite side of where he hit the double 11.
18. Robert, you
This is for the
require
match.
68.
Said upstairs, Robert Thornton is only going in one direction. And that is his performance level going up.
60.
Could have been going up in the league
Jesus should
table.
require 6.
Averaging 100. May have to wait another 501 points.
No score. Robert, you require 8.
To wrap it up. Like a Christmas present. Put it under the Christmas tree.
6.
Well,
Jesus
is he
should
back,
require
as you said,
6.
to have to complete another 501 points.
Game shot on the 5th
That
leg.
is the case.
Jesus Noguera.
Multiple match darts for Thornton there. What did he have in total? 5 for the match.
6th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
The treble 20 on the 68. So it is 5 match darts.
97.
If he would have took out that 68, he'd have been averaging around about the 101 mark for the match. That would have been just the second 100 plus average we've had this week.
140.
Andy Hamilton trekked us to 103 yesterday in his victory over Robert Thornton.
A good match.
57.
Thornton in that match averaged 96.61 in a full 3 defeat. He was 50% on doubles, took out a 153 and hit 2 180s.
59.
All in vain.
134.
He's certainly not let it affect him. Straight back on the horse.
58.
Real chance to stretch his legs here.
100.
He'd have loved another. Just to have set up the two-darter.
He has took out 100 finish in this game. That was 105.
140. Robert, you
113 would
require
be for the match.
113.
Will not get a dart. So if Jesus can take this out, this 104, he will level the game and then he'll be throwing
89.
first to actually win the match.
Jesus, you require 104.
He can pivot real quick here. There's the 60. There's the 4, just.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jesus Noguera.
Wow. 15 dart breaker throw. And as you mentioned not 30 seconds ago, Matt.
7th and
He's
final
now
leg. It's
favourite for the
Jesus to
match.
throw first. Game on.
Well, they both attempted a fist bump and missed twice. He didn't miss tops there on the 104.
Maybe what
100.
they've done is just develop one of those new handshakes.
A COVID handshake.
96.
Oh, wow.
180.
Is his first, and what a time to get it. We mentioned timing on so many occasions yesterday. And look at the psychological effect it's had
58.
on Robert Thornton.
I think the damage was done when he was missing those match darts.
Yeah, there's 5 match darts in leg 5
60.
for a comprehensive looking 4-1 win.
134. Jesus, you require 161.
Where have they been at the start of this leg?
Jesus there would have give anything just for a treble. He's got that, and now he's got a bonus dart.
97.
So he should get at least a dart at a double. If he can get the treble, we'll get 2.
125. Jesus, you require
Not for the
64.
first time today.
$56.
Well, Thornton was shaking
Robert,
his
you
head in
require 88.
disgust, thinking Noguera was going to finish that off, but he's going to get a dart at double 7.
Game, shots, and the match.
Well, what
Robert
an
Thornton.
unbelievable turnaround for Robert Thornton, winning the match in the end after seeing Noguera fluff 2 darts at a double to win it himself. 86.03 the average for Noguera, 96.71 for Thornton. 4 out of 13 on the doubles, both players registering a ton plus finish. Well, when we come back, the excitement continues. Thibault Tricole against Matt Jackson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a very significant win potentially for Robert Thornton. 4-3, he got the better of Spain's Jesus Noguera. You can see that the stats there, Robert Thornton averaging more than 10 points more than his opponent, almost 97 from the Thorn, who really is upping his game as the week goes on. Did miss 5 match starts in that game and almost went on to lose it. Noguera missing a couple to win in a last leg decider. Thornton could have won it 4-1. But all's well that ends well for the Scotsman. He picks up the points, and that puts him above Jesus Noguera in the table now. He's tied with Martin Adams on 12 points in that race, we think, for 3rd place. So Andy Hamilton could get dragged into dropping out of the top 3 himself. Thibault Tricole is top, well clear, and has 1 foot, maybe more than a foot, a leg in finals night. He needs just 1 more win to assure himself of a place, and he's in action next against the action Matt Jackson, a man who he's beat twice already this week. The Frenchman getting the better of him on both Monday and Tuesday. It was a thriller when they met on Monday, a 4-3 success for Thibault in that one, and it was 4-2 when the pair met yesterday. Thibault Tricole as well, he's never so far this week lost a match in which he had to throw in the opening leg. He's got it again, so if he can get a 3rd win against Matt Jackson and another victory when throwing first, then he will be the first man through to finals. Let's see if he can do it with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Murph. Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough school so far for Matt Jackson, and we've seen it before here at the Super Series, and there's another example of the amount of movement in those darts on release that a player can bounce back on the Thursday and Friday, whether it's Group C in the morning or Group B tomorrow night. It's just that mentality, Matt, of a fresh start.
It's interesting you bring that up, actually, because when I was coming back off the balcony, Matt Jackson was just outside the players' room after that defeat.
First
when he
leg,
was 3-1
it's
up in the
Thibault
last
to
game.
throw first.
And as I walked past him, we
Game
just
on.
had a very brief chat, and one thing he said to me was, he goes, fresh start tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it. I've only played the once, but that's exactly how I treated it.
180.
Thibault Tricole keen to get off to a good start and does so.
83.
180. Welcome along if you're watching us for the first time. You're watching us via the many outlets. You can
140.
watch the coverage, whether it be on YouTube, on Sporty Stuff TV, on your
85.
television, or on Sporty Stuff TV's website, or of course your chosen bookmaker. Welcome along to the action. This is
100.
Series 2, Week 3, Day 3 of Group A. And at the moment, the man on 81
85.
is
Thibault, you
dominating.
require 81. Game shot on the first leg.
Super
Thibault
leg of darts
Tricole.
from Thibault Tricole. 180, 140 ton, 81 out in 3, a 12 dart hold. This game
Second leg, it's Matt
isn't
to
that
throw
easy.
first.
Certainly making it look easy, though, isn't it? It's made it look even easier.
100.
He's had a couple of 11 darters.
I think getting
60.
that win a little earlier against Andy Hamilton may have just
80.
took the shackles off Thibault Tricole. He'll be aware of his dominant position on the table, currently on 20 points. All the players have completed 2 cycles of games. The players play each
45.
other once on each day, so 10 points available on each day, 2
48.
points for a win. The players have 3 games to play, a possible 6 points
100.
available. And mathematically, of course, with Thibault on 20 and
60.
Andy Hamilton on 14, he could catch him, couldn't he? But Thibault would have to lose his final 3 matches, and Andy has to win them, but win them big, because he's 10 points adrift in terms of leg difference.
You mentioned there, like, Thibault Tricole will be aware of the situation. I can guarantee you, I have been in the Super Series, I think, I guarantee once, possibly twice, in the practice room with Thibault Tricole in this format.
67.
Every
Matt, you
time
require
that
132.
table comes up on the screen, he is the first one to the TV to have a look. Because we do have a TV screen in the practice room, so you can...
Luckily enough, they can't hear us.
No sound on it, but you can...
Well, none of them have ever come charging in the comms box, so I take it they can't hear us.
But you can see the game that's going on, so you're aware of how long you've got, because obviously you can't be out there having a look at it, so you can watch the game to see how that's going.
Matt,
you can see the table come up and all the live feed.
When I played, I actually didn't take any notice at all. I was just listening to what the other players were saying in terms of points and position.
28.
I just was...
Thibault, you require 48.
I get through. If I don't, I don't.
32.
I haven't actually watched any of it back yet.
Matt, you require 40.
Do you know who really cares about the points? People that are losing.
Yeah.
Game shot on the second leg.
I used to say the same all the time at Q School. And I think my record's been overtaken, but at one point I had the most successful record at Q School. And because of that, I used to get all the interviews all the time when Q School used to come around.
Game on.
And I used to say the thing and the tip to Q School is forget about points.
They take care of themselves.
You don't get points for losing. You don't give a winner a point, you give a winner a tour card.
Great mentality. Backs up
100.
Your very successful record at Q School.
Yeah, 125.
Oh, I've got 1 point. Oh, it's a point if I win that, 2 points for winning that game. They count the points up and try and hit a target where actually, forget about that. They're a fallback.
45.
If you lose.
I'd like to actually dissect your record, because the psychology element of it, which is slowly but surely getting some notice, but the amount of times you win those last leg shootouts as well, which has got to be down, it's got to be down to that psychological approach and how you deal with the situation and how your opponent deals with it.
I look, in those situations, I purely look at their weaknesses rather than
57.
My sort of strengths as such, really. And it's purely down to that. This isn't like, how many times would I go into a room
100
like this weekend
Thibault,
just
you
gone where
require
everything's on the line,
124.
like a quarter final, or you've got to at least reach this round, and I'd always just do enough to get into whatever it was.
Game shot on the third leg. Thibault Tricole.
Another 100+ check out there, the 1-2-4 on the ball, and Matt Jackson almost smiling to say, me again.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
But it's feeling the nerves, feeling the vibe of other people.
85.
That game we just saw when Andy Hamilton and Thibault Tricole went on, there would have been a different ambience around that. And it's about, first of all, finding that baseline.
100.
And then pitching yourself above it. Rise above that sort of room and that
negativity.
But also,
43.
Can you promote it? Can you add to that negativity, but
by your body language?
With everything, with what you're doing.
81.
I like it. It's fascinating. Something that I have made a conscious decision to try and learn as much about as I possibly could. I was very much of the old school mentality of, well, it's just who's the best player, but just way more to it than that. And I think spending so much time actually watching players, up close and personal.
79. Thibault, you require
looking from the outside in gives you just a totally different insight.
I remember playing in the World Championship at Ali Pali, and we was doing the bull up for the game beforehand. I was playing Mike Kivenhoven, and he went up and he went outside. He went 6. He went outside.
89.
11.
Thibault, you require
outside,
80.
11. And then he finally hit a 25, and he won the shot. But that whole time, it was just building the anxiety level in
Game
him.
shot on the fourth
Whilst
leg.
also sending the
Thibault
message that,
Tricole.
I don't care about this, you can throw first.
Yeah. And that was an approach that Phil Taylor used to do so well as well. He would win the ball and then give you the off.
Game on.
And straight away you instantly felt that you were on the back foot, but you shouldn't because you've got the advantage.
140.
I planned this, right? So I planned it. I was playing Michael van Gerwen at the Players' Championship Finals. And my plan was, first of all, to give him the darts. And then I wanted to beat him at the ball, but then give him the darts rather than just let him have the throw. And we had an exchange for a while, like ball, 25, 20. It took about 11 shots. And I eventually won it. And he turned around to me and he went, "You give me the throw?" And instantly, in that split decision, I went,
45.
"No." And I planned to give him the throw. And then I walked off and I was like, has he just played me?
He's just double bluffed you.
40.
Incredibly, Michael fancies himself as a bit of a poker player, and with that sort of mindset,
140.
imagine he does okay. I've never actually watched him play poker, but not from, again, watching him from the outside in.
58.
Another real solid performance from Tricole here, averaging 96 and bits, 3 out of 5 on the doubles, a 1-2-4 finish, and
59.
an 80 checkout. Couple of 180s, 3 140s.
100. Thibault, you require 170.
Cruise control now, Thibault Tricole. And if he can get this wrapped up, he could be in snooze
97.
control because he's going to be able to press that button as many times as he wants over the next couple of days.
94. Thibault, you require 20. Game,
That
shot,
is that
and the match.
for Thibault
Tricole.
An average of 94.52, 12 scores of a ton or more, a 1-2-4 finish, 57.14% on the doubles, 4 from 7. And that is how you win Group A. Right, when we come back, Andy Hamilton and Robert Thornton. This is a huge match in terms of finishing in the top 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Thibault Tricole has just booked his place at finals night. And we can see confirmation of that with the Group A table. Tricole getting the better of Matt Jackson in that previous match, a 4-1 win. That takes his tally to 22 points, and he cannot now be caught in P1. Andy Hamilton closest to him, but 8 points behind. And Martin Adams and Robert Thornton tied for third place on 12. Noguera still in that race as well. And the next match is Andy Hamilton and Robert Thornton. Big, big game coming up. We're going to take a look at what happened between the pair when they've met so far this week. Andy Hamilton beating Robert Thornton, in fact, on both occasions. Monday's win was compounding a difficult day for Robert Thornton. He only got one victory on Monday, and despite a much better showing from him in that match and all of his matches yesterday, it was still Andy Hamilton who got over the line. The pair will be determined to ensure they get into Group B now, having seen Tricole take that finals night spot, and a win here would do either one a great favour. Perhaps more important for Robert Thornton than Andy Hamilton, of course, who's sitting pretty in second position at the moment. They actually played their third meeting ever 14 years ago today in a PDC Pro Tour event. That is how long they've been doing battle for two players who have been in the same Grand Slam group, the same Premier League group. Will they still be in the same group at the Super Series come tomorrow? Well, the result of this one will give us an indication as to finding out. And Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar are describing the action.
Thank you very much, Murphy. Yeah, well, Group A, in terms of who has won it, has been decided by the man who has actually won it in the last game. Thibault Tricole up to 22 points plus 17. And he has 2 more games to play. These two have 3 more to play, including this one. Hamilton on 14 points plus 4. Robert Thornton on 12 points minus 4. So they can get to 18 and 20 respectively. One of them won't be able to, of course.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
A big, big game in terms of who finishes in second or third. Remember, the winner, Thibault Tricole, straight through to Saturday night's final. He gets Thursday and Friday off. Second and third go into a 5-player group on
99.
Thursday and Friday night, where the top 3 progress. That starts at 10 p.m. on our usual outlets. That will include, as I said, second and third from this group, and Justin Smith, Lee Cox and Stephen Burton. 4, 5 and 6 come back for Group C, which is Thursday and Friday morning, starting at the usual time, 9:30. And again, it's a group of 6. Only the top 2 going through. They will include 4, 5 and 6 from this Group A, and Cam Crabtree, David Wazuski, Scott Taylor.
I'm just scanning over this 14-year history that Chris Murphy mentioned
41.
between Robert Thornton and Andy Hamilton, and there's quite a lot of what I'd call processing matches in there, like your Players' Championship, your UK Open qualifiers, things like that, but there is some very significant games in there. A couple of meetings at the Grand Slam of Darts. They also met in the 2011 PDC World Championship.
80.
Robert Thornton taking that one 4-0 in the last 32. But another one that draws my eye, actually, is in 2009, a quarter-final in the US Open. Now, you'd have played in the US Open. The US Open was basically like the UK Open, wasn't it? But in America, where they had like a main stage board and then other boards, and it was televised, wasn't it?
Well, that was in Connecticut at the Mohegan Sun. It was on a Indian reserve.
86.
Robert,
you require 140.
Trip. Flew into New York, went to Grand Central Station, trained it up to Connecticut. Oh, well, hang on, double 10.
120.
And
you require 136.
Michael Van Gerwen couldn't win a game. I played him on stage, average over 100, and lost 3. I think I lost 3 sets to 1. Thanks for that, Michael. Not that I remember it, of course. Sound like Alex Roy.
87.
But yeah, beautiful tournament.
Robert, you require 20.
one of my favourite to attend in the States.
Game shot on the first
That's a
leg.
13 dart
Robert
breaker throw
Thornton.
for Thornton. Yeah, these two started to lock horns towards the end of my illustrious career. Oh, apologies, a little bit of a technical issue at the moment, which will soon be resolved. Apologies for the...
Second leg, it's
The
Robert to
dress.
throw first.
Oh, there we
Game
go.
on.
To see the Chris Mason tracksuit
Yeah,
today.
I'm off straight to the gym as soon as we get off air.
140.
The viewers will be expecting me to sat here in a flowery shirt or something.
He didn't get away with that one today.
140.
Surprised there's no Edgar TV merchandise on offer just in case.
Got the Edgar TV underpants on today.
57.
Yeah, don't show us those. Thanks. Are the Edgar TV T-shirts available for Christmas, or is it just underwear?
Oh, the underwear is not actually
57.
available. It's just for my own personal use.
Wow.
And the socks, they're for personal use as well. The other line of merchandise is available.
180.
The second 180 of this game for Robert Thornton. I said when I went up to Chris Murphy, I only see one player going into that top three, and that's Robert Thornton, who is on a massive upwards curve at the moment.
48.
And that started
Robert, you
sort
require
of the back end of
124.
yesterday, game 11 against Andy Hamilton. He averaged a 96 in that game. In defeat, he averaged a 96 beating Jesus Noguera, and then today he's just continued that form.
56.
Although he sort of stumbled over the line against Jesus Noguera in the last game, that was a 96 average.
Well, yeah, but prior to like you say, that little bit of a nervy and edgy moment in the match where he missed. What did he miss? 5 darts to win that
58.
1 4-1.
Robert, you require 68.
He ended up producing the goods, and he's producing here tops for another stunning leg.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, that's
Robert
just 28
Thornton.
darts used to win the opening 2 legs, and that equates to an average of 107.36.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Andy Hamilton at the moment being put on the back foot.
I'd say he's sort of on an upwards curve. I've just told you the average of his last couple of
86.
games. That 96 is the best he's produced all week so far. It just shows how low he was earlier on in the week. We have highlighted the fact that
85.
he made this very random choice that despite all of his years of playing on tops, he decided to switch to the 16s, which didn't work for him, but he's finding what is working for him. 105. If he can keep anything like this going, that'll be his best of the week.
Well, it was all very stop-start, and you can see him in the background just keeping himself
140.
occupied, not looking at what Andy's doing and making sure that Andy's out the way and he can just approach the hockey, set his feet and throw. That's
87.
how Thornton likes to play this game. But there's been a few occasions, especially Monday, he was right up behind the opponent, almost trying to rush the situation. And it all became a
60.
very much stop-start. There, as you can see, he walks in and he's almost ready to throw. That's how he likes to do it, which is why he prefers a quicker game.
86.
2 180s in this game, and he's now the biggest 180 hitter of the week. You have 12 180s coming into this, only Jesus Noguera hitting more than him. He's got 2 in this one. He got 2 in his last game against
83.
Jesus. He also hit 1 in his opening game with Matt Jackson, so looking quite reliable on filling it up.
43. And you require 132.
180 calls, something that's very unique to the individual referees.
Yeah, No two are the same, that's for sure.
Remember in
92.
our area, we used to have a caller who wouldn't just call the 180. Every time it went in, he'd go, all in! And then he'd call the 180.
I remember him. I remember him. That was very
And you
much a
require
thing
40.
of... That was very much his style and a thing of the area. Yeah, I can remember him well.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton will now feel like he's in the match, picking up his first leg. A solid leg it was
Fourth
too.
leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game
Unfortunately
on.
for him, just a hold. It's advantage Thornton with that breaker throw, that lovely 13
100.
darter in leg one.
These are the two players we sort of expect to knuckle it down and
60.
book the place in Group B, which means they might be playing each other for the next 2 nights as well.
Constantly get some confusion of where
100.
people can watch all the action. Of course, our all new and rebranded YouTube page, which of course is the MODUS Super Series page, but vast majority of our viewers, of
58.
course, watching on Sporty Stuff TV, which is Sky Channel 437, FreeSat 250, or Freeview 264. You can also watch the action, which I know a lot of you do, directly from the
140.
www.sportystuff.tv website. And of course, many of you watch directly through your chosen bookmaker if you are having a punt. BeGambleAware.org. And only gamble what you can afford to lose,
93.
because
Robert, you require
that's what will
161.
happen.
I
89.
remember last time I was working one of these with you, and you gave some tips out, and then you was and that's why the bookie has a Bentley and I have a BMX.
Correct. And I stand by that.
42. Robert, you require 72.
It was quite funny actually. I was
Game shot on the fourth
there
leg.
is another
Robert Thornton.
14 winning legs so far in this match for Thornton. 13, 14 and 15. Yeah, I was doing an interview and someone asked me a question
Fifth
about
leg, it's
Barry
Andy
Hearn
to
and
throw first.
the
Game
success of
on.
the PDC, and they asked me if I questioned one of his decisions, and I said, well, no, absolutely not. That's why Barry's got a Bentley and I've got a BMX, and I was meeting Barry that afternoon, and guess what he pulled up in? Bentley.
180.
Eddie has an absolutely exquisite
140.
absolutely stunning.
$59. 83.
Oh, the pressure firmly on the shoulders of Hamilton at the moment. Remember, a win here of Rob Thornton will see them both tie up on 14 points with
78.
varying different leg differences depending on the eventual scoreline. But this is what
58.
Martin Adams will want. He'll want the Thornton win here, because Martin then will have the chance to join both of them on 14 points himself when he plays Jesus Noguera in the next match.
36.
Martin, a strong favourite for that one, 8 to 15.
78.
11 to 8, Jesus.
And you require
For me, the
148.
question mark there
I won't be having me BMX on that.
Well, the concern there is the decline that Martin Adams has around this time of day.
And it's consistent.
Andy Hamilton took this out earlier, and I said it was a good finish.
120. Robert,
This
you
would be a better
require
one from Thornton.
142.
Because it'd be for the match.
120.
Those players missing big outshots
And you
there.
require 28.
Getting the 2 trebles. That would have been for the game. Really, Robert Thornton's hopes of Group B qualification.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Have to wait a
Andy
bit longer.
Hamilton.
He does have the advantage of throw here, and you feel like if he's going to win this, he needs to wrap this up here.
Well, we've seen them both have
6th leg,
wobbly
it's Robert
moments,
to throw
haven't we?
first. Game on.
They look like they're just going to run away with the game. But still work to do for Robert Thornton.
100.
Rhythm is just, it's night and day up to Monday, isn't it? Almost like he was guessing on Monday, where today he's just putting them in.
$81. $100.
But he's got to wrap it up here, in my opinion. Which means he needs to find a treble with each visit, and so far he's done that well. You're finding a treble with each visit. You're forcing your opponent
60.
to chase a 2. And if they make a mistake like that, you develop a cushion.
For sure.
81.
I feel like we're running out of time to slip in something I wanted to do on day 1, which was take the N off of the Thorn, and we've got the Thor and the hammer.
Kind of movie,
100.
isn't it? What's next for you exhibition-wise, mate? You got anything coming up?
180.
Yeah, I've got one in an academy actually, Milton Keynes coming up. So
Nice.
I'm doing that one at the end of the month. So working with their coaches first, and then playing some of the
Oh, lovely.
children, and then I've got one coming up in Derby on the 8th of December.
100.
Is that the...
Robert, you require
Face-off.
40.
That's it, the face-off, yeah.
Game, shots,
Well,
and
Robert
the match.
Thornton faces
Robert
off
Thornton.
against Andy Hamilton, and he's the one who comes out trumps. 13, 15, 14 and 13 darts. The winning legs for Thornton, an average of 101.08. 3 180s, 4 140s. Look at that finishing, 4 out of 6, 66.67%. Thornton, he moves on to 14 points. When we come back, it's another big game. Martin Adams against Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton continues this recovery after a very difficult start to life in Group A this week. A 4-2 success against Andy Hamilton in his last match and an average of over 101 from the Scotsman. Brilliant stuff there. 4 out of 6 on the checkouts as well from Thornton. Fantastic performance. He's won all 3 of his matches so far today. That's after winning just 1 game on Monday, and we can see how it affects the Group A table, a group that has already been won by Thibault Tricole. 22 points for him with 2 matches left to play. Andy Hamilton and Robert Thornton now tied level for second place on 14 after Thornton beat the Hammer in that previous match. Martin Adams 2 points behind, but does have a game in hand. The game is coming up as well next against Jesus Noguera, who still has ambitions himself of getting into Group B, but must win this match to do so. And when the pair have met so far this week, it has gone the way of the Spanish star on both occasions. A 4-2 success on Monday and a last leg decider victory yesterday. So after Thibault Tricole has aced Group A, it's very much a battle for B. Who will win it? Well, this match will have a bearing. Let's see which way it goes with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
This one certainly poses some questions, and it could pose some in terms of the group positioning. Martin Adams still looking at getting himself into that Group B, and I kind of feel that Martin Adams is really going to want to be in that Group B. It's going to be an advantage to him. It's 1 game less, so there's only 5 players in that group rather than the 6 that will be in Group C, which means it's a shorter night's work for him, which might be more sustainable with that injury.
Yeah, and of course a little bit longer sleep and a longer rest time, because those who are playing in Group B do not play until 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Huge advantage for Martin, as you mentioned already. The 1 fewer match, because there's only five players in Group B, and it's the top 3 that progress into finals night, where we will find our third
First
player
leg,
to
it's
join
Martin to throw first.
Merckx
Game on.
and McEwen. They've already won week 2 and week 1 respectively. Martin has been showing flashes of good form.
140.
You've only got to look at that opening game, haven't you, against Thibault Tricole? 98.56 the average in that. A 4-0 victory over the man top of the table. But what was very impressive is in 4 legs he had 12 scores of 100 or more. 6 of them was over the 140.
Yep.
140.
Continuing in that vein here, Matt. Back-to-back 140s to start the opening leg. As it stands, Thibault Tricole. This is the, get this out of the way first, this is the final match of the 3rd cycle of games. So after this one, there's only 4 points available because the players only have 2 more to play. As it stands, Thibault Tricole in an unassailable position, 22 points plus 17. Andy Hamilton, 14
60.
plus 2. Rob Thornton, 14 minus 2. Matt Jackson, well, his fate is already decided. He's in Group C, 4 points minus 21. But Jesus, 10 minus 3.
Martin, you require 161.
And that plus 7 could be huge, man.
Yeah, legs obviously the next deciding factor, so it'll be points that separate the players first.
60.
If we can't separate them on points, we're going to go to the legs. And that's where a victory like that one against Thibault Tricole at the start of the day when he got that 4-0. Not only is 4-0 this week, he's also had a 4-0 against Robert Thornton and against
Martin,
Matt
you
Jackson.
require 101.
And that's the thing with Hamilton playing Jackson next up. He's almost forced into getting a 4-0, 4-1 win, isn't he?
89. Jesus, you require 141.
Or a break. It's not going to happen, so Martin will be back to hold. He was 8-15 favourite, 11-8,
51.
Jesus.
Martin, you require 12.
And so far, the last couple of days, Martin's decline has started around this point of the day.
Game shot on the
For the
first
time
leg.
today,
Martin Adams.
finds Richard Ashdown's favourite double. It is a 17-dart hole.
Second leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
They're placed perfectly for a max
140.
in the travel. And he has quite a flat dart, so it did leave an inviting pathway through.
$100.
What would you call the shape of Martin Adams' flights? Because that's not quite a standard, is it?
No. No, they're almost squared off at the back. Bobby George created a
100.
lovely flight. It was quite big and it was completely squared off at the back, but the actual stability in the air, as you can see, that it is an unusual shape. But there's obviously some
140.
developments with regards to aerodynamics and stability through the air. Of course, the bigger flight you use, the more, well, it's slower through the air.
60.
It's also more stable, so needs a little less energy. It does contradict itself slightly.
Can also correct, can't it? Like if you've not
Yeah.
thrown the dart as true or as precise, like with a smaller flight, it will highlight.
Yeah.
140.
With the bigger flight, as it's going through the air, it'll just get in a stable position, so it will correct.
I like to refer to
With
it like
the drag.
like a parachute.
Correct, yeah. Great analogy.
97. Martin, you require 121.
For 2-0, a possibility of a 12. Not now.
$41. Jesus, you require 104. $56. Martin, you require 80.
Just stay straight and you should get a dart. Gets 2. Clean this up nicely earlier on. Got to be aggressive.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
perfect.
Martin Adams
doubles his lead. Halfway to victory. And this is another one of them games, isn't it, where you look at the price of it.
Third
and you
leg, it's
think,
Martin to throw
I don't
first.
fancy it at that.
Game on.
But I fancy that it's still right.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, because we've seen Martin's form decline at pretty much this point every day. It leaves you with a
140.
bit of fear, doesn't it?
We just go back to that TV that we looked at earlier and we say, again, you're standing over, you go, I really want the TV. I know the TV's going to work, but do I really want to pay
150.
All that money for it, yeah.
£400 for a £100 TV?
And of course, on
100.
day one, Noguera won this tie 4-2 with a 94.5.
59.
Yesterday, Noguera did the double. A tighter game. 4-3 in Jesus' favour.
121.
I've seen a few role reversals today. Players are warming to the task.
43. Martin, you require 140.
One of the patterns we have seen, though, is both of these dropped off from day one. Martin Adams averaged 87.69. Jesus Noguera 90.25 on day one. And then both of them ended up low 81 averages and was the worst averages of the day for day two.
Yeah, that was a concern. But Martin bounced back brilliantly today, didn't he? Well, our opening match of the session,
121. Martin, you
4-0
require
against
40.
Group A winner Thibault Tricole with a 98.56 average. It's on something similar here.
35. $139. Martin, you
Big
require
mover
5.
today, of course, has been Robert Thornton, winning 4-2 against Jackson, 4-3 against Noguera, and then 4-2 against Hamilton. He started off the day on 8 points.
Game
Now
shot on the
finds
third
himself
leg. Martin
on
Adams.
14 as Adams wins the leg in 18 for 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
He's been dishing
Game
out some
on.
zeros, hasn't he? He's won 3 times by scores of 4-0. Thornton, Jackson and Tricole on that list.
92.
Is Jesus about to join the group?
Is he about to get bageled?
$95.
Don't forget, if you are a social media user, at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram
80.
and Twitter. Make sure you get involved. Yeah, don't use Twitter, rarely use Facebook, and my Instagram, Chris180Mason, is
85.
mainly gym stuff, but you're well into your social media, aren't you, Matt?
Yeah, mostly Twitter. Big fan of Twitter. So you can get me over there at the Edgar501 if you want to drop a message in today. I've got it
121.
open in front of me.
Yeah, if you've got any questions or queries, get in touch.
Something that's interesting here, actually. Martin Adams, 4-0 Thornton.
140.
If you can win this, he would have 4-0'd Jesus, which will leave just Andy Hamilton, the only player who's not been 4-0'd by Martin Adams, and that game is Martin Adams' last game of the day. Could 4-0 everybody.
100.
And not win the group. You're also big on YouTube. I actually do enjoy your YouTube channel. You did put a lovely, well, a very informative video up with regards to the slam the other day. What's the address
100.
of that one, mate?
Jesus, you
So
require
it's
108.
Edgar TV or Edgar TV Darts. You'll find it on there, but I believe it's actually under the name of Matthew Edgar. I don't think it's actually under Edgar TV.
All right.
But if you type in Edgar TV Darts, you should be able to find
50.
it on YouTube.
Martin, you
and go
require
join the
81.
34,000 subscribers.
Insane. 34,000. Double 18 for the bagel.
Game, shots,
Martin
and the
Adams,
match. Martin
As
Adams.
Matt Edgar was just mentioning, Bagel's his 4th player of the group, an average of just shy of 94, and another impressive scoring from Martin Adams. 11 scores of a ton or more in that one, and 4 out of 11 on the doubles, and he's put himself right in the mix. Up next, Andy Hamilton's turn to face Matt Jackson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Makes you want to be here, doesn't it? And you are welcome to join us, actually. Dartshop.tv for free tickets for any of the Saturday night sessions, the finals night sessions here at the Super Series. That's Super Series, even. That's Dartshop.tv. Book your tickets for free. Now, who will be joining Thibault Tricole in booking a ticket for finals night this week? Well, Martin Adams is staking his claim for a place in Group B. A fantastic performance, a 4-0 win over Jesus Noguera, who's probably now got too much to do, and he's likely to be in Group C alongside Matt Jackson. Adams, though, he's beaten everybody in this group 4-0, apart from one person, that's Andy Hamilton, and he's still got Andy Hamilton to play. So will Wilfie manage to blow him away as well? Incredible set of results for Martin Adams, particularly for a man who's not dominating the group. Right, attention turns to the next match. We'll take a look at the table before we get into it. And we can see there that the two players in the game, Matt Jackson, well, we knew that today was probably more about preparing for the rest of the week for him. But Andy Hamilton certainly very much in the mix in that battle between himself, Adams and Thornton. Two of those three will end up going into Group B tomorrow night. Thibault Tricole, as I said, already through. So it is that match between Hamilton and Jackson, the pair meeting for the third time this week. Andy Hamilton got the better of Jackson when they met on Monday. A 4-1 success sealed by this 108 checkout. And not content with the victory on Monday, he did it again on Tuesday by exactly the same scoreline. So the Hammer, after suffering that blow against Robert Thornton, who's unbeaten so far today in that race for the top three, he's looking to put himself back in pole position to try and get to Group B. Let's see if he can with Mace and Matt.
Yeah, we've been having a little scroll round the numbers and a scroll round the odds and try talking you out of a few things today. We did tip up the Robert Thornton win against Noguera earlier, and we've been trying to find a little bit of value in a day that's quite hard to find some. And I think from that opening video you just saw there, the 2-4-1 victories for Andy Hamilton, I think do tee up a potential here to look at the under 5.5 legs at 11-8 in this one. The way that both sort of form lines are going, Andy Hamilton's still plenty to play for to get himself in that Group B position, where Matt Jackson's already thinking about going to that new fresh start in Group C tomorrow.
Yeah, and when you break down their averages, sort of running average today, running averages for the week, it would indicate that the scoreline of 4-1 on each day isn't a coincidence. So yeah, the under 5.5 legs looks to be a bit of value at 11-8.
I think one of the interesting stats as well is when we look at Matt Jackson's last game, he did only average 77, but that was when Thibault was nearly at 95. So that average was sort of carried a little bit. It would, with darts at doubles, he would probably be looking at least the low 70s.
Yeah, well, he only had 3 darts at a double in the entirety of the match, so that represented a scoring average, didn't it? Which is normally way higher 36. Than where your end average becomes. Where you look at Andy Hamilton's averages last time out, 84. Prior to that, 97.5.
180.
Piling these in all day. How many is that now?
100.
Count up. I have to get my abacus out. His 7th of the day.
$96.
Jackson's not been too
140.
shy with the
and you require
180s.
110.
Is it 4 today?
78. Matt, you require 91.
Find the double 16 on this occasion, like he did to defeat Matt Jackson. He went for double 17 for tops.
51. And you require 32.
It's a bit tricky. Outside's had to move over to the right to try and open up the bed.
No score.
That was a well-thrown dart,
Matt, you
considering the
require
movement he had to
40.
make.
And this is the difference in winning 4-0, 4-1, I'm afraid. We just didn't expect
Game shot on the
Hamilton
first leg. Matt
to
Jackson.
miss 4 darts at double 16. It is Matt Jackson that picks his pocket with a 17-dart hold.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and they price that up too big.
137.
Are they going to get it wrong but be right?
95.
We mentioned Twitter and social media in the last game. I've had
Yeah,
a nice,
get involved.
had a nice little tweet here on my Twitter at theedgar501 from Ian Cash, saying that he's really enjoying the insights that we're putting into the game and
46.
with the psychology side of things that we're putting forward.
Well, I was equally fascinated. It's something that I've made a conscious
41.
decision to try and learn more about. Definitely a side of the sport which is very much like coaching, which you spoke of before, and I think it's because it's that individual sport and the, you know, the background of the sport. It's very much one of those where, well, predominantly played
44.
by men, of course, but you know, it's okay to be not okay, and it's almost that attitude of most men that we don't ask enough questions.
68.
One of the things which probably Ian Cash has enjoyed there is a lot of the time when you sort of listen to a conversation like we've just had here, a lot of the time there's, if the cat fits wear it approach, you'll hear something and think, oh, I do that, or that's so relatable to me,
46.
that actually you can make changes just off of hearing. And
it doesn't matter what level you're at either, whether you're literally just picked up darts for the first time. There's, you know, there's every aspect to every level. It is one of those kind of things that even those small, tiny adjustments, whether they be the physical side of the sport or the mental side of the
82.
sport. And well, I mean, once you've reached a certain level, a lot of the time players are beaten
60.
because of what's going on between
and you
the ears,
require
not
146.
what's going on at the elbow.
Jackson, an opportunity to
138.
break the throw
Matt,
here.
you require 114.
Just needs the one treble to give himself a poke at the double. Tops it is.
74. And you require 8. Game shot on the second
Level
leg.
game.
Andy Hamilton.
2 holds a throw.
Hamilton righting the wrongs from leg 1.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Should be 2-0 up and comfortably. Missed 4 at 32 in leg 1. Both players will have one more to play at the conclusion of this game. Matt Jackson's final match will be against
140.
Noguera, and will be against Martin Adams, and that well could be for one of those positions
81.
in second or third place.
Andy Hamilton, as we keep saying, the only player not to get 4-0'd by Martin Adams yet.
85.
For that game, though,
100.
Martin Adams does have to have a repeat of the World Seniors final. We'll be taking on Robert Thornton.
Yeah, our running of matches are, after this one, Noguera against Tricole, Thornton against Adams, Noguera against Jackson, Adams against Hamilton,
140.
Tricole against Thornton. And there is something on all of those for differing reasons.
40.
Tricole's
And you
place
require
at the top
136.
is confirmed. He is the winner of Group A. But there is that second and third spot up for grabs.
$84.
It's the big
Matt, you
single.
require 140.
Wasting a dart on his next visit, which he will get. Instead of having 3 at tops, he has to find a
83.
big single.
And you
to get
require
2 at his
52.
chosen double.
Mix of 16s. Missed this in the opening leg. He's 4 at it
Game
in
shot
that
on the
one, but he
third
does not
leg.
miss 2
Andy
here.
Hamilton.
And finally, should I say, gets the breaker throw.
Yep.
It's took him 6 darts.
Yep. Missed.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw
4 in
first.
leg 1 for the break.
Game on.
2-1 up. Should be 3-0 up. For Andy now, it's just about getting those all-important points on the board.
55. $135.
Much better performance from Matt Jackson. And you look at what he averaged last time out, the 77. He's put a good 10 points on that. And that's making this
100.
competitive enough.
$125.
8th score. A ton or more there for Matt Jackson, and we're only in leg 4. That is absolutely lovely, though, for Hamilton.
You
just knew that was going.
Never in doubt, was it? That's his second of the match.
100.
It just changed the look of this leg because Jackson was looking nailed on to break straight back. 2 trouble 19s would have left double 16.
58. Matt, you require 141.
1 treble here will cause problems for Andy.
121.
2 trebles cause big problems.
And you
Should be
require
back down on the
108.
19s because his chosen double seems to be double 16, so 4 19s leave 32. There's 4 of them.
76. Matt, you require 20.
This will get the breaker throw back.
This one should be all over, but it's looking like 2-2. And it
Game
is
shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Matt Jackson.
Andy has had darts in all 4 of the legs.
5th leg, it's Matt
And
to
the
throw
5
first.
missed ones.
Game on.
That he's ended up losing have all been on double 16.
24.
Matt Jackson hasn't gone a day where he hasn't got a win yet. He got one win on day one. He got a win on day two. He's going to get one today.
57.
He's either got to do it now or against Jesus Noguera.
44.
Well, he's absolutely busted our advice to go under 5.5 and then starts this fifth leg with 24 and 44 after going out in 14 darts in the previous
98.
leg. How's your luck, as KP would say.
$39.
Don't forget, if you want to join us Saturday night, the tickets are free. They are limited though, so
43.
dartshop.tv is the website you need. You also book your World Seniors Championship tickets there as well.
123.
Lovely to see you all there. And don't forget about the VIP option where you're guaranteed
37.
the best seats in the house and also get the chance to spend a bit of time with some real legends in Dennis Priestley
43.
and John Lowe.
$80.
Again, missing the follow-up dart to leave himself a 170 on this occasion.
You mentioned earlier about the
94.
Seniors World Championship qualifiers coming up and the tour that's available there. Like Matt Jackson, who's qualified to the ADC, you go over to the World Seniors Darts Twitter page, you'll see that there's also been a partnership extended to the WorldEniors Tour, which will see people from that order of merit also being able to
134.
qualify
Matt, you
to play
require
here at the
134.
Super Series.
Yeah, I do believe there's going to be multiple opportunities throughout the month of January for players to
93. And do you require
qualify
52?
via the World Seniors Darts Tour to take their place here at the Super Series. It's open to everybody as long as you're 50 or over.
Game shot on the fifth
Doesn't
leg.
miss the double
Andy
16
Hamilton.
this time, does he? And that is a third consecutive breaker throw and puts Andy within one.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Looking through the announcements, we had an announcement this week for the World Seniors. Bob Anderson, and once again
Cowboy.
taking his lineup.
32.
I don't believe he's going to be riding on a horse this time in the tavern.
The best thing about that is that Bob, nicknamed the
78.
Cowboy, of course, is absolutely petrified of horses. And I don't think they could have found a bigger horse. This thing was absolutely gigantic. I mean, with today's health and safety, could you imagine trying to put that through a risk assessment? Right, what we're going to do is we're going to get this
100.
massive horse to walk through a real small walk-on.
85.
And this was the best bit. Once they'd thought of this idea, when they got to the end, they didn't really think about, well, how are we going to turn this huge animal around at the end? It was genius.
89.
Could you imagine the sheer amount of paperwork you'd have to go through just to even
Wouldn't be
present
allowed.
that?
Wouldn't be allowed. With a load of cheering people as well.
46.
That was not long after that. There was a time, I think it was 97, I qualified for the PDC World Championship at the Tavern. and I
100.
gave it all the gob and wanted to play Taylor. Got to play Taylor. It was a time when Mission Impossible had come out, and they had me jumping out of helicopters and bursting through doors.
43.
I was up there for a total of around about 15 minutes and got beat 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Thanks for that.
$78.
Good recovery. Down to 102.
59. And you require 102. Game, shot, and the match.
Ironically,
Andy Hamilton.
the double that cost us in terms of the bet that we liked, under 5.5 legs. Andy ended up nailing in one dart to get over the line there. 4-2 with an 86.53, 2 180s, 2 140s, 40% on the doubles. And Andy Hamilton, he moves on to 16 points plus 4. When we come back, it's Noguera against Tricole.
Welcome back. I've got Matthew Edgar with me to talk you through what's happened so far and what might happen in the remainder of today's play. What we'll do, Matt, is we'll take a look at the table and dissect what's going on there. So Thibault Tricole, as we thought he would, has topped it, but there's a real race going on for second and third spots.
Yeah, and I mentioned last time I was up here, I said keep an eye on Robert Thornton, and the performances he's putting in back that up. That back the statement big time. When you look at the table now, it's really bunched together, and that Robert Thornton Martin Adams game is still to come, and that is probably going to decide that Group B position.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton has just beaten Matt Jackson, so that's put him back in the box seat for those positions. Adams and Thornton, as Matthew said, still to play. Jesus Noguera taking on Thibault Tricole in the next match. Is this the first of our kind of dead rubbers in this group?
Yeah, I think Jesus is out of the running really for Group B. I stand by my prediction I said earlier. I still think that stands. I still think we're looking at Andy Hamilton and we're looking at Robert Thornton. Thibault Tricole, as we know, has already got through. He's looked very solid, and I said earlier, consistent, and it's not changed. I still stand by that statement.
Yeah, we've seen him there beating Noguera in both matches that they've met this week. We seem to have seen that quite a lot, actually, today, that on Monday and Tuesday it's been the same outcome. But as you said, it's been a very different week, different day for Robert Thornton. Described Monday as a disaster. But one interesting start is the one you've been talking about in comms, is that Martin Adams, despite not being the dominant force in this group, has beaten everybody 4-0, apart from Andy Hamilton, who he's still got to play, so that could happen.
It could, and I think Martin's not the sort of character that would really play on that. If that was me, I'd be in the practice room now making sure that everybody knew about that, and certainly making sure Robert Thornton knew, because that's a big game in terms of the qualification for Group B.
Yeah, he definitely would as well. I can confirm that. Well, let's get on to this game then. We've got the end of the day, a grandstand finish in that race for Group B coming up. But first, it is going to be that meeting between the already qualified for finals night, Thibault Tricole, and Jesus Noguera, who's looking set to play in Group C. Back to Mace in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Murph. And yes, this is a interesting tie in terms of where Noguera may end up. I agree with Matt. It is a shootout between Adams, Thornton and Hamilton. Andy Hamilton on to 16 points, +4. Martin and Robert Thornton, both with a game in hand, and both to play each other in the following match. So one of those will move on to 16 points, leaving the other with work to do. But it is an opportunity for Thibault Tricole to stretch his lead, and I expect him to do so. I think Jesus fully aware that his race is run.
It's Jesus to throw first.
Tricole will play with some freedom. He's priced up at 8-13. I personally believe, looking all the data in front of me, is a good thing.
140.
Yeah, sort of raised my eyebrows as I came in and heard you saying that, Bryce.
Well, it was 4-1 yesterday to Thibault.
100.
And he didn't play anywhere near at his best. It was just an 82 average. On Monday, much better performance from Tricole, winning 4-2 with a 95.
140.
Or will it be a case that now Jesus can play with absolute freedom?
180.
We know Jesus has got the quality. Runner-up on the Challenge Tour a couple of years
100.
back. That PDC Tour card for a couple of years. He's represented Spain in the World Cup alongside Tony Alcinas.
100.
I said the other day,
Jesus should
didn't we, that
require
Spain seems to be one of
121.
those territories that's just bubbling.
Yeah, bubbling under, isn't it? Ball.
Game shot on the first leg. Jesus Noguera.
Well, unconventional, but ultimately it did the business. A 12-darter. He was looking at the 25, which is a bit of an unusual shot when your opponent's also on 1-2-1.
I was rushing to my notes because I knew I made a note on this earlier, because you mentioned earlier in the week that Jesus Noguera playing a lot of soft tip means that he spends a lot of time on the ball. So I had a little look at his bullseye stats, and I knew I wrote them down, and I just couldn't get to it quick enough. Jesus Noguera, before that dart we've just seen at the bull, for checking out on the bullseye, 28%.
78.
Wow. Wow.
That is not bad when you're working on the smallest target in the board. When we take for example that
134.
Well, the doubling percentage of Jesus was 23% yesterday.
So he was more likely to hit a ball than a double.
140.
Even though the ball is a double, of course, but I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from.
But to further weight that, Martin Adams yesterday 25%, Matt Jackson 21%, Robert Thornton on day one 25%. So people's finishing stats, not just his, are actually worse than his percentage and likelihood to hit the ball.
100.
It is such a great thing to have all this technology that allows us just a bigger insight into the numbers. And this is a game of numbers, of course.
54. Thibault, you require 153. $93.
The 1,
Jesus,
2,
you
1.
require 120.
120 is an easier task. It's straight up the 20s. Just a treble, a single, and a double. That's sat nice. That was not a well thrown dart.
100. Thibault, you require 60.
Jesus wasn't able to register a finish over 100 in the whole of play yesterday.
30. Jesus, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg.
It is a disastrous
Jesus Noguera.
start to the match for Thibault Tricole as Jesus fills
Third leg,
his
it's Jesus
boots.
to throw first. Game on.
2-0 up in 28 darts. 14 darts per leg, which is 107.36.
So it's a disastrous
78.
start for Tricole, but on the flip side of that, this is a brilliant start from Jesus. Like I said, 107 average after the first couple of legs, the 1-2-1 finish, 2 from 2 on the
100.
checkouts. Yet to miss a dart at the double. That is hard to beat.
134. $60.
Some bounce back as well after losing 4-0 in his last game to Martin Adams. On course to return a 4-0 of his own.
87.
And it wasn't, I mean, he didn't get a dart at a double, but he did average close to 90, didn't he?
94.
It's looking over the day for Jesus. And one of the things we said at the
100.
start of the show was we don't like the range. The range from 72 to 96, 24-point swing over 10 games. Today has actually been a little bit tighter.
60.
When we
Jesus
look at
require
stats
102.
85 and 89. It's been a little bit more consistent from him today. And then he's finding
62.
what can only be described as an A-star game at the moment.
Absolutely. Only one player in it at the moment.
95.
And it's the
Jesus
man
require
about to
40.
throw at tops for 3-0 in the blink of an eye.
Game shot on the third leg. Jesus Noguera.
This is very, very impressive. 44 darts used to win 3 legs.
Fourth leg, it's Thibault to throw
Maintaining
first.
100 plus average. Ironically, it was Jesus who got
42.
bageled 4-0 with an average of 90. And it's Thibault Tricole who's averaging 90 right now, staring a bagel down the barrel.
85.
Tell you something more ironic. Even more ironic than rain on your wedding day or a free ride that you've already paid.
45.
Thibault Tricole winning Group A, but on the last day when he just needed to do just a little bit more to confirm that
43.
place, which he has already done, he's confirmed that. He is staring down the barrel of his second 4-0 defeat of the day.
Remarkable, isn't it? And again, the psychology which
100.
articulated so professionally, playing its role right in front of our eyes.
4-0 was the opening
100.
game. Lost that to Martin Adams. Jesus can win this leg.
100.
Thibault Tricole would have took 2 4-0 defeats on the last day when we spoke before we came on air, didn't we? And I compared this to a TV
60.
program called The Cube.
Yeah.
Where the cube was just simple little tasks. Go put that ball in that bucket there, we'll give you 50 grand. And people would
100.
complicate it so much that they wouldn't be able to put the ball in the bucket.
Yep. And it's spot on. Again, psychology.
59. Thibault, you
Mental
require
application.
114. Game shot on
That
the fourth
114
leg.
finish
Thibault
from Thibault
Tricole.
Tricole confirms that he is not going to have to face that fate. Saves himself from the 4-0.
Fifth leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
Robert Thornton, Martin Adams. That game is coming next. That's the game where Martin Adams has the opportunity
177.
to 4-0 everybody in Group A. He has already ticked off the hit list every other player in this group.
60.
Tricole took his today. Noguera took his 4-0 today.
And
And what a way this would be to wrap up the game. He's on the 9 data. The 177, the 180 is 144 points away.
Jesus should require
Getting
144.
the second 9 data in this venue and following in Connor Heenahan. We have seen 9 darts from people in this group before.
59.
Martin Adams hit 2. It's Jamie Caven and Scott Williams. He's also actually missed 2 as well on the double 12 against Richie Burnett and against Robert Thornton.
140. Jesus should
who he's going to be
require
playing
85.
next.
Tops for an 11.
Game, shot, and the match. Jesus
And that wraps it up for
Noguera.
Jesus, and that is a quality performance. It's his best performance by far. And Thibault Tricole, non-effective really in terms of what happens to him. He is through to Saturday night. Jesus Noguera just keeps his hopes slightly alive of getting into Group B. But they are very, very slim hopes. 2 people who've got big hopes are coming up next in this one. Robert Thornton against Martin Adams.
Well, where did that come from? What a performance that was from Spain's Jesus Noguera. An average in 3 figures for Noguera against a man who's already won the group, Thibault Tricole of France, going down 4-1 to Noguera, who took out 4 out of 4 of his double attempts, including a fabulous 1-2-1 finish, and was on for the 9-darter in the last leg as well. It didn't materialise, but it is still a fantastic display for him. We'll just take a look at the table now, just to see confirmation that Tricole is way and above everybody else and was through before that. Wonder if maybe his foot was off the gas a little bit, but not taking anything away from that performance from Noguera, who's just 2 points behind Robert Thornton and Martin Adams in 3rd place. Andy Hamilton on 16 points in 2nd, and it is Thornton and Adams now battling it out to join the hammer on 16 points. So whoever wins this match will be in pole position to move into Group B. It was won by Adams when they met on Monday. One of 4 4-0 wins for Martin Adams this week. Quite remarkable. He's beaten everybody 4-0 apart from Andy Hamilton, and he's still got him to play. But Robert got his revenge on Tuesday when he returned to tops. And today, he's been on top form, winning all of his matches so far, looking to climb the table and secure that spot in Group B that he's been targeting ever since what was, in his own words, a disastrous start to his campaign on Monday. Can he complete the comeback and get a victory over Martin Adams here? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, this is sort of a win for Martin Adams would sort of pull him a little bit too far out of the way. So sort of a must-win game here for Robert Thornton, and he certainly has been going on the upwards curve for the whole of today and the last couple of games yesterday. Keep going back to his words, disastrous day 1, but he didn't put it right at the start of day 2. He sort of found that in the middle part of day 2, and he said in his interview he lacked rhythm and touch, and that is something we're seeing very good from him today. Very good pace about what he's doing.
Yeah, he's basically established a routine where he's not chasing the opponent up the oche. He's making sure they're out of the way so he can address the oche and throw, and that's what he likes to do. You can see he does the same thing over and over, foot down, foot back, bang. And that works for him as he hits a 1.
121.
Perfectly. Yeah, win here for Martin, and you go to 16 points. And even if he wins 4-3, you go to 16 points plus 12. That's 8 in front of his nearest rival, obviously taking away Thibault Tricole. So I think we'll win for Martin, and he's in Group B.
Yeah, I've been banging on all day about Robert Thornton and the level of performances we're getting from him, but it's can't be gone without saying about Martin Adams as well. A very, very good, solid performance throughout the day for him. He's had 2 4-0 victories, one against the group winner Thibault Tricole, averaging 98 in that one. One against Jesus, who we've just seen put in that 100 average, 93.94, so could call that 94.
85.
And then an 86 against Matt Jackson, so his daily average is well over the 90.
Yep, and that is rock solid.
$140. 95. 100. Robert, you require 115. 99. Martin, you require 141.
As we mentioned in the opening couple of days, these two competed this year in 2 real high-profile TV matches in the World Seniors.
Robert, you require 60.
One in a final that Thornton pretty much dominated.
No score.
A much tighter affair in the final semi-final
Martin,
of the match play, wasn't
63.
Will they lock horns again in February when the World Seniors Darts Championships returns at the Circus Tavern? Tickets available. Dartshop.tv. Be quick. Double 16.
47.
You sort of felt
Robert, you
on that
require 16.
final that Martin Adams just sort of ran out of steam a little bit, didn't
Yeah.
you?
Game shot on the first leg. Robert Thornton.
19 dart hold for Thornton after a missed dart at double 16.
Second
Leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Martin Adams took him all the way in the World Match Play Seniors up in Hull. It was 9-7.
Yeah. The surprise
100.
package was David Cameron, wasn't it? He went to the. He'd been playing in the Super Series and then went to the qualifiers, won that, and then went on to win the.
85.
It was the Masters, wasn't it? World Seniors Masters.
Yeah, and we saw quite good, really, from the qualifiers, didn't we? We saw some good performances. Richie Howson, probably
yeah,
standout.
player.
Got through and really produced some good stuff there. Ex-tour card holder himself.
140.
And I do believe the qualifiers are coming up pretty soon for the World Championship. The 12th and
43.
13th of November. Entries close tomorrow, Thursday the 10th. So if you want to have a crack at getting into that Seniors World Championship, if you're over the age of 50, you've got until tomorrow at midnight.
Okay, your entry in.
140.
£40,000 is the carrot dangled at the end of the
140.
rainbow.
Martin, you require
I'm not
121.
gonna spend it all. Probably another car. Or maybe some Edgar TV merchandise. Certainly not the pants.
97.
Good response from Martin. 24 after 12.
81. Martin, you require 24. Game shot on the
Beautiful
second
leg.
leg. Martin Adams.
Wolfie, a 13 dart hold to respond to the disappointment of having a dart to win leg
Third
one.
leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
You do want to keep up to date with all your ticket information and announcements regarding the World Seniors. They're very active on social media.
40.
You can get them on Twitter at Seniors Darts. Make sure you put the S in. Seniors Darts, not Senior Darts. And
There
there's
was an
another
announcement recently, wasn't there, about another few invites?
couple of events as well. They're going to 4 events now, so 4 major
140.
events. So plenty of opportunity for some TV time for the seniors. So Bob Anderson
85.
added to the lineup. Kevin Painter will be there. Yourself will be there. We've got some international flavour as well. Coast Stompe,
45.
Roland Sholton, Ronnie Baxter coming into this. He played really well at the senior match play, actually. He played a really good game. I
100.
believe it was with Terry Jenkins.
Correct. Les Wallace also back.
And the ultimate wind-up, Peter Manley.
It's not one dart anymore, is it?
36.
Sorry, Peter, couldn't resist.
Go Stompe, he's going to excite a few players, a few people. He's very
40.
popular in his day.
And I was impressed with Roland Sholton. I've not seen him play. I've seen Roland a few times in the World Championships when he was working for one of the broadcasters, one of the Dutch broadcasters, but his throw looked exactly the same.
180.
The tripod.
100. Martin, you require 100.
We'll be able to see the Keith Della red trousers again.
Tops.
80.
That was nearly
Robert, you
brilliant
require
recovery.
136. 96. Martin, you require 20.
Martin going along very nicely again here, Matt. Averaging, well, prior to that miss, 95.67.
No score. Robert, you require 40.
Oh, he could or should have been 3-0 up. He might find himself 2-1 down. He
Game
will
shot
find
in the third
himself
leg.
2-1
Robert
down.
Thornton.
Did a Chris Mason there as well for the sorry I won a leg.
It's not an apology, it's just an acknowledgement of my fortune.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
We mentioned about Group B and Group C and the numbers, the percentage chances, the times. But let me just tell you who's going to be taking part in those groups as well. So tomorrow morning and Friday morning, that's Group C. That's
100.
where places 4, 5 and 6 from Group A will be going. They'll be joined by David Warzuki, someone we've seen here before, played 52 matches in this discipline.
100.
And they're also going to be joined by 2 debutants, Cam Crabtree, but also Scott Taylor. Now, Scott Taylor, when we look at a debutant, he's a lot more experienced than someone you'd normally put down as a debutant. We've seen him on the PDC tour, and he did quite a few bits on the
140.
BDO tour as well, and he's currently playing on the Challenge Tour. Recently made a final, I believe, on the Challenge Tour as well. So lots of pedigree there in Scott
30.
Taylor. And then we've got what can only be described as a very experienced evening session in terms of this format and this discipline. Justin Smith, young lad from Wales, recently won a Challenge Tour event himself. 100 games in this discipline. Stephen Burton, someone who's a danger on every single week he plays. And the London County captain, Lee
100.
Cox.
Martin, you require 81.
Route 1 darts. Oh, now he's just realised.
56.
He still went for it. Well, I suppose if you can't hit a double and he's only 1 from 7 on those, you might as well have a pop at the ball.
140. Martin, you require 25.
Double 8 for a double game.
Game shot in the
Super
fourth
dart,
leg.
super adjustment.
Martin Adams.
Martin Adams, well, his 2 winning legs, 13 and 15. He's absolutely mustard when he can hit a double.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
And Robert
Game on.
Thornton's avoided the 4-0, so Martin Adams isn't going to get a 4-0 victory over everybody, but can he avoid the defeat?
140.
He will have the advantage of throw. It's essentially just a best of 3. He doesn't have too much more to do to avoid the L. But Martin certainly likes dishing them out.
140. $140.
140s for Thornton. He's found his mojo.
$100.
Get the feeling Martin wants this one. He's absolutely 100% committed and focused.
125.
Sure, both of them will benefit from the lighter schedule of Group B. It's only 1 game, but that 1 game makes a big difference because it means that all your matches also bunch together. You're not sat around
100.
where you could be sat
Robert,
for
you
3
require
matches.
96.
It's quick fire stuff on the Thursday and Friday night,
56.
which suits the
Martin, you
players.
require 161.
Oh, can he be his highest finish ever? And that average from Jesus Noguera was a personal best for him. PB for that
100.
was just over
Robert, you
98
require
before.
40. Game shot on the 5th
Thornton.
leg. Robert Thornton.
Chipping in with a 14. Every leg somehow has gone with throw.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw
That
first.
continues.
Game on.
I'm going to say Robert is going to be strong favourite because when it goes to a seventh leg, when Robert Thornton throws first, he has won 26 times out of the 38 games that have gone the distance. That is a
100.
very healthy return. Serves it out. I wanted it to be over here.
Yeah.
140.
Only you like to go to a last leg.
Like to get me money's worth.
I'm like that with golf. I don't understand why they pay all that money to play on a beautiful golf course and get off as quick as possible. I stay out there for hours
100.
and see pretty much every part of it.
$100.
Tried to get into golf myself. Gave it a few goes, but could never get past the clown.
140. 100. Martin, you require 161.
Both on 161. Both have got there with 2 tons and a 140 apiece.
$99. Robert, you require 161.
60-51 ball is the traditional route.
91. Martin, you require 62.
Now this is one of them finishes I've been saying all week. Looks simple in numbers. 62. Doesn't seem like much, but unless you get that treble first dart, you might only get a dart of the double. That's not a problem for Martin Adams. He's hit the treble 10.
Game shot on the
Hit the
sixth
double as well,
leg.
which takes us all the way to that
Adams.
deciding leg where, let me remind you again, Robert Thornton has been 38 times in his Super Series career.
Seventh and final leg. It's Robert to
26
throw first.
times
Game
he
on.
has served it out and won the match.
Winning legs for Martin in this match. 13, 15 and 15.
60.
Robert, 19, 20 and 14. 19 and 20 dart holds a throw of what has cost Martin so far in this match. Not been able to take advantage.
180.
That is a third max. May well turn out to be the most important one of them all.
60.
Like you say, he's not been able to take advantage. Robert Thornton opened with a 60. And Martin Adams trebling that with the max. This is taking serious advantage. And not only that, he's on the 9 darter again.
140.
Go all the way twice before and just miss out on the double twice before as well.
121.
A massive advantage here. 80 points plus what is in his hand. If you can just find one treble here.
$85.
Will do. As you say, in that position, it's just about picking off the one trouble.
140. Martin, you require 96.
In the balance.
Got to stay there. It's a good guide. For me, right to stay there.
56.
You're going to put Robert
you
Thornton
require
in a situation where he has to
120.
dig something out. You'd say it'd be the 120, it'd be the most likely.
100.
And almost right on cue.
Martin, you require 40. Game, shots,
It's
and the
time
match.
to get out the abacus.
Martin Adams.
And just make sure, but I think that puts Martin Adams through into Group B to join Andy Hamilton. We'll get confirmation of that very soon with Chris Murphy up on the balcony, but the main thing is the result there. Martin Adams, we said we've kind of bigged up Robert Thornton quite a bit, but Martin Adams kind of just gone about his business today, and he's been very, very solid. That's 4 wins from 4. He's well over the 90 average for the day, and he confirms that again with a 96 for Robert Thornton. We now move into our final lap of fixtures, and the first game of that lap will be Jesus Noguera versus Matt Jackson.
Welcome back. Well, for all Robert Thornton's good work so far today, it may end in disappointment, determined to get into Group B, but it's looking unlikely now after Martin Adams won the battle between the two World Seniors Championship finalists from earlier this year. A 96.51 average for Wolfie, a 4-3 success for the 3-time world champion, and Robert Thornton's hopes of getting into Group B are now out of his own hand despite winning his first 3 matches today. We can see the Group A table. Thibault Tricole has been through for a long old while now, but Martin Adams, I can confirm, has now qualified for Group B and will be able to have a bit of a lie-in in the morning and play in the evening session tomorrow. Andy Hamilton needs just 1 leg in his match against Adams to make sure he joins him. Robert Thornton must rely on Adams getting a whitewash win that would complete the full bingo card for Adams of 4-0 victories against all of the players in the field, and then get a similar result for himself. But the next match is Matt Jackson against Jesus Noguera. The pair have battled it out a couple of times already this week. Noguera getting the win on day 1, but Jackson responding by beating him in a last leg decider on Tuesday. Has lost his last 5 matches now. Matt Jackson hoping to get a victory today. He has won a game each day so far. He's hoping not to make the Jackson 5 become a Jackson 6 with victory in this one. Can he find the right notes this time around? Let's see. Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar in comms.
Yeah, you're sort of feeling a little bit for Matt Jackson. He's not quite shown in enough consistency what he's capable of, but come tomorrow, It's a new group. Group C will start. That's where Matt Jackson's going to be playing his darts. Same sort of time tomorrow and on Friday, and he's still got the same opportunity to get through to Saturday night's final and try and produce some of that form that sees him sat currently top of the ADC order of merit. Jesus Noguera started showing us some of the form that he's shown on day one in that last game with Thibault Tricole. 4 from 4 on the doubles, 100.76 average. Just the third player this week to record one of those. Robert Thornton recording
First
one in
leg,
game
it's
8
Jesus to
against
throw
Andy
first.
Hamilton.
Game on.
Hamilton recording one yesterday with that 103.
But it was a new PB for this man. So that should fill him with confidence. These
96.
two, of course, are going to be duking it out in Group C tomorrow morning. And I agree, there has been flashes from
55.
Matt Jackson, but we've seen this with a lot of players who you get off to a bad start. It's hard to shake it off over the course of 2 days, in especially this very competitive and
100.
experienced group with the likes of Hamilton, Thornton, and Adams, and of course
125.
Thibault Tricole, who made a final of the WDF World Championships and a recent Challenge Tour winner.
105.
I certainly found, although it wasn't as much as a disaster like it's been
66.
for Matt Jackson, I was quite happy to get Group A over with and start again. And my Thursday was much better. I went through the card on the Thursday 5 from 5, but
100.
it's just that different mental approach to the whole thing. No doubt if I'd have made a poor start on Thursday, that may have continued.
85. Jesus should require 100.
You've got to think about Group C. 7, if not 8 wins is the target over the 10
Yep.
matches that you're going to play.
90.
That's exactly what I
Matt,
ended
you
up with,
require
7.
170.
Another one of those will apply a little bit of pressure on the
96.
10.
Jesus should require 10.
Double 5, never easy. So he probably hits it in first start.
Game
you
shot
go.
on the first leg. Jesus Noguera. Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
And it's confirmed, of course, that Martin Adams has secured his spot
75.
in Group B. We also know that Thibault Tricole is the winner of Group A.
60.
So it will come down. Well, Robert Thornton has to beat Thibault Tricole 4-0,
123.
and Adams would have to beat Hamilton 4-0 for Hamilton not to qualify. Hamilton needs just one leg. Bending the wire.
55. $44. 57.
Where would you go now if you was Matt Jackson and you're looking into, first of all, short term and long term? I mean, in the short term, he's
87.
got Group C ahead, so it's about attacking that and try and get through to Saturday. But long term, would you sort of assess what we've seen so far here?
Yeah, I'd probably look at some of the fundamental the changes he could make. Certainly,
99.
we've seen things that could possibly improve his game, and it's all about making those small increments, those sort of 1% and 2% gains that
45.
overall, you know, if you're talking about putting 10% on your averages by making 1% and 2% improvements in every area, I think I think doing that over the course of the next
Matt, you require
sort of
127.
12, 14 months, continuing with the ADC, going to Q School to get on the Challenge Tour, continuing with some
93.
Super
Jesus, you
Series
require
action, and just trying to
112.
find a way. I mean, he's 38, so it's not like he can't make improvements. What would you advise?
Well, we saw the other day, it was Andy
50.
Hamilton, wasn't he? 55
Matt, you
years old, saying
require
it was a learning
34.
curve. So
Yeah.
at 38, that's not really too much to be concerned about.
18.
I would just be
Jesus, you require
looking at what I said the
62.
other day, really building this foundation, just getting that back leg a bit further back so it's at least in the line of the hip. So the more that comes in, the more the hip's going to shuffle in, the more it's going to just
Game shot on the
rotate
second leg.
the course slightly.
Jesus Noguera.
And just line everything up, and he does throw a lot of darts left and right, and that will be from that
leg,
foundation
it's
because
Jesus to
the
throw
hips
first.
are offset,
Game
which
on.
means I'm trying to think of a comparison to golf, but it's all about everything being in line, isn't it? If something's slightly off, that will get
60.
exaggerated by the time the dart reaches the board.
Problem is, when you've got a problem with the foundation, domino effect.
Yeah.
And
69.
it's going to cause many, many problems. Actually, you can eradicate by changing one thing, would probably fix 3 or 4 things further along the line. Because for me, the concern is that break on the balance line. We saw there with that low 5.
96.
That break on the balance line is going to cause that lift. That lift is just going to cause the inconsistency of the release point. And that's why some games you'll probably go on and feel like it's great.
83.
And other games you'll be like, what on earth happened there?
Yeah.
I felt like I couldn't feel anything.
It's all being exaggerated, isn't it, by the time it reaches the board? I was literally having something come up on my Facebook members from 3 years ago. I was out in Bahrain doing
56.
doing some exhibitions with Terry Jenkins and Paul Nicholson, and there's some footage of my throw. I actually looked at it and thought, oh my God, how bad was it?
133.
You know, before I sort of made the decision, right, I'm just going to break it right back down to basics. And it was horrific.
44.
And that's the beauty of modern technology. Again, he can look back on this
60.
at some point and just see where we're picking out areas that he may be able to improve. You know, it's a positive critique. It's
there to help, isn't it? It's there to guide and say, these are the bits to focus on.
81. Matt, you require 156. 58. Jesus, you require 164.
all right, he picked his pocket in the last one. Bit of new school, 57-57 ball.
86. Matt, you require 98.
66 left. Could be ball, could be treble 10. You never know. Could be 42-24.
62. Jesus, you
He's
require
found-
78.
He's finishing boats in the last game 4 from 4. He's found them again in this one, 2 from 4. This is what we saw from him on day 1.
58. Matt, you require 36. Game shot on the third leg. Matt Jackson.
Matt Jackson turns this around. Do we see the Jackson moonwalk return?
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Saw the moonwalk busted out yesterday after his first 180 of the day.
91.
He's moonwalking to Group C. That's all I know. So's this man.
41.
Group B is going to be very competitive.
140.
I can't see Andy Hamilton getting bageled from Adams. So it's Tricole
97.
through. Adams in Group B. he's going to be joined by Andy Hamilton, making that Group B a very competitive group.
60.
Yeah, we've got the crafty Coxie, Lee Cox. Stephen Burton got a nickname?
He does.
Is it something like one of those silly ones, like Burton?
123.
Yeah. And then we've got, this one takes some commitment. It's something like the bearded dragon or the
100.
bearded Welsh dragon.
It is.
And
I'm a big fan.
well, the downside of that is he's now always got to have a beard.
Well, it is a very impressive beard, so I can't see him.
Matt, you require
And it's an
110.
outstanding beard. And he's had it since he was about 14, I think.
I did mention to him this exact thing. I says, "Are you not worried that like one day you might want to have a shave and like not have the beard?" And he goes, "No, he always wants to have a beard."
54. Jesus, you require 100.
He's growing it since he was about 7.
See that beard tomorrow night, Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Justin. I'm a big
28.
fan.
Matt, you require
I
56.
think he's a player that could really blossom over the next
Game
couple
shot on
of
the
years
fourth
as
leg. Matt Jackson.
makes it back-to-back legs.
Fifth leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on. $180. 100. $83.
Jackson has managed a win every day so far. He's not got one yet
45.
today. This is his last opportunity to get one in Group A.
$140. 60. Jesus, you require 98.
Looking for the
24.
54-24. He's left 74, so that should be 42-32. But you never know.
60. Jesus, you require 74.
20 for tops. For 3-2.
Game shot on the fifth
This
leg.
time finds
Jesus
the top, so
Noguera.
very tidy. 15 dart leg, puts him one away. 2 more games to bring you, of course.
Sixth leg,
Adams
it's Matt
versus
to throw
Hamilton.
first.
Tricole versus Thornton.
We've been making the
80.
Jackson puns all week with the 180 he, along with many others. And one of the famous Michael Jackson songs is "You Are Not Alone," which is quite ironic in this game because you're all alone when you're up on
125.
that stage. And when it's not going well, it can be a place where you can tend to just almost beat yourself up a bit too much, which I
43.
kind of see creeping into the Jackson game at the moment.
Yep. And I have absolute empathy for him. I know how it feels, and it's the loneliest place in the
90.
world. And as I've said many, many times over many, many years, the harder you try, the harder it gets. You almost have to
100.
switch the brain off.
Spend a bit too much time just looking at the man in the mirror.
Oh, that's bad.
$140. 134. Jesus, you require 146.
For the match. Well, maybe he was caught in two minds was 54.32, but it was a good-looking lie, wasn't it?
76. Matt, you require 144.
Inviting. And you can blame that shot on the treble.
100. Jesus, you require 70.
What, not blame it on the boogie?
Will Jesus be blaming it on the double? Because he should still get a shot from here once 25.
17 for double four. I think he's up. Double eight.
62. Matt, you require 44.
Take us all the way. Tops.
Well,
Game
Jackson
shot
was in the
sixth
Motown
leg.
era, and that was
Matt
full
Jackson.
tops. And it's 3-3.
Seventh and final leg. It's Jesus to throw first. Game on. $60.
Opportunity here. Matt Jackson to moonwalk his way to victory.
85.
Will he take the victory in this one?
58.
Poor old Henry would be absolutely devastated not to be doing this week. He'd be all over this.
100.
Be watching Henry. I'm
59.
sure who had the higher pitched voice. Michael or Henry.
99.
Amongst all that, Matt Jackson is carving himself out an opportunity here. Get a couple more points on the board now. When you leave here, one of the things you want to do is leave with some form of
100.
positivity. If you was to lose all five, be a long walk back to the hotel.
139.
Well, so far this week he has picked up one win each day. Maybe it's coming here.
Looking likely at the moment. He's 78 points away from doing so.
60.
Jesus a long
Matt,
way
you
back on the
require
164.
78.
Yeah, you'd have to say he's got 6 here. 16 and ball. Stay there.
38. Jesus, you require 164.
Jesus took a risk yesterday. Paid the price by Andy Hamilton. Matt Jackson will not pay the price.
No.
100. Matt, you require 40.
Well, for his first win of the day, in his final match
Game,
of the day, and Matt
the
Jackson
match. Matt Jackson
does pick up a win that will give him a little bit more confidence, you would hope, going into tomorrow's Group C. When we come back, it's our penultimate match of the session. It is Martin Adams against Andy Hamilton.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we just have 2 games left to play in Group A, and everything could be resolved after the next one. But just a quick look at the league table and reflection on the last couple of matches. In fact, we'll look at the stats there from the previous match. Matt Jackson, a 4-3 winner against Jesus Noguera, getting his daily win, it seems, wins 1 game a day. That's what's happened so far in this group. He'll be hoping to put a few together tomorrow when he returns in Group C along with Jesus. Now we'll look at the league table and you will see that it is that pair that are definitely going into Group C in 6th and 5th spots. 4th spot will also go there, currently occupied by Robert Thornton, and it looks like he'll probably be joining them. Thibault Tricole, well, he's been through to finals night for a long old while, having picked up 22 points in this group so far. Martin Adams is in Group B, and Andy Hamilton seems set to join him. The pair are about to go head-to-head. We'll have a look at what's happened when they've met so far this week, and then I'll fill you in on the permutations in these last couple of matches that could change that. But Adams beat Hamilton with a 4-1 win on Monday. And then Andy Hamilton, well, he got his revenge, beating Martin by the same scoreline here yesterday. Right then, so let me put you in the picture. Robert Thornton, to get into Group B, would need Martin Adams to win 4-0 against Andy Hamilton, who, interestingly, is the only player that Adams is yet to beat 4-0. So he's going for the full bingo card here. If that happens, then Thornton himself would need to beat the group winner, Thibault Tricole, by the same scoreline in the last match. So it's a bit of a long shot, but it's still possible. 1 leg needed for Andy Hamilton to join Martin Adams in Group B. Sounds simple, doesn't it? We'll see how it plays out. Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Well, we've talked about the warning signs of things that sound really simple, and we use that version of the cube when put a ball in a bucket for 50 grand, it's nice and easy, and it becomes hard. Is this a situation where Andy Hamilton finds it quite hard? You wouldn't expect him to, with the experience that he's got, 55 years old, a World Championship runner-up, played in the Premier League. You would not expect him to struggle to get one over the line here, but if he does, Robert Thornton is going to be sat and hoping and waiting, ready to pounce, because Thibault Tricole has been on the end of a couple of big defeats today. He lost 4-0 to Martin Adams in the opening game. He nearly lost 4-0 to Jesus Noguera in game 11, but got 1 leg on the board in that one.
Yeah, Andy just requires the 1 leg to join
First leg, it's Martin to throw first.
In Group B.
Game on.
And it's going to be all the more tougher for Robert Thornton, because he will have to win 4-0 against the man you just mentioned.
60.
And the bookies, they're not sure about that one because they go 5 to 6 each of 2. I think Thibault is quite happy with the job done.
140.
I think Thornton could be backable in that one.
Yeah, we didn't see the same level of intensity, did we, really, from Thibault?
No.
I know Jesus did throw 100 average at him, but with that 100 average he threw at him, Thibault only averaged 87, which again, we can, if we're going to say if he was going to win that game, we could take points off that.
Yeah.
Probably take a good 5-6 points away.
Agreed.
100.
How much has Robert Thornton put into that incredible charge? Halfway through day 2, he looked pretty much dead and buried. He was right down at the bottom end of the table, and then has put some amazing darts in to claw himself into contention.
100.
Yeah, he's won 3 out of, well, he won 3 out of 3 today, and very nearly won 4 out of 4, only edged out by a very, very good Martin Adams in what was a, well, arguably game of the day, that one. Would you agree? Adams against Thornton.
91.
Yeah, good battle that was.
It was.
I also enjoyed the Robert Thornton Jesus Noguera one, where it came right down to Robert Thornton just pinching it with the last dart of the match, last dart in hand, with Jesus sat on a double. I think that's a good contender for game of the day. Game of the day will be
and you require
clipped up and put on the
170.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you also hit that notification bell. So every time we go live, you will be alerted. You will not miss any of the action and any of the
58.
extra content.
Martin, you require 101.
Interviews, reviews, previews, etc. Trouble 19 for double 12.
77.
Thornton
And
will
you
be
require
a big Martin Adams
112.
fan here.
This, not just for the leg, this is for a place in Group B. He won't be coming back on this occasion, so he might have to wait another leg.
Martin, you require 24.
Martin did have the darts in this one. That looks like a very handy guide. And it
Game
is.
shot on the first leg. Martin
Confident
Adams.
17 dart hold. Now it's down to Andy. Just one hold of
Second
throw.
leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Tell you one thing with Robert Thornton, which is most likely going to be the player going into Group C.
58.
That really does throw the cat amongst the pigeons, doesn't it? Be a strong favourite to come through that group, especially after 3 days practice and the other players coming in relatively cold. And Robert, of course, still a very active player, so he won't be troubled by playing on Thursday and Friday. He knows how to manage his time well away from the hockey.
We'll talk about the quirks and all the different things that the different players has. We've touched on the fact that Martin Adams is one of the rare players that has jewellery on his throwing hand and that bracelet that moves up and down the wrist when he's throwing. But something else that's quite interesting, if you look on his back pocket on his right hand side, his throwing side, he wears his dart case.
100.
You might be able to see it from this angle here.
Yeah,
It's like a holster.
He's always done that. They're varying shapes and types. He used to have a wooden one, I remember. And the darts used to just slip into it. And of course, he uses that type of flight, which you can't, like a traditional flight, you can't take out and put in your dart case. You have to go into a moulded case to keep them square.
$26.
That
and
could
you
be the
require
moment where Andy
170.
Hamilton piques his interest.
Oh dear.
Remember what I said at the start?
Oh.
3.
When something appears easy, it makes it hard. He needs one leg.
Yeah, but I wouldn't particularly be panicking in this situation because Thornton still has to win 4-0. Which, yes, is a possibility.
45.
But it
and
is
you require
extremely unlikely,
167.
as it is, that Andy won't pick up at least a leg against. My goodness. Maybe you're right. Yeah, I'll just shut up.
29.
He threw 5 darts. 1, 1, 1, 5, 5.
Is that an American telephone number or something?
I'm just reeling off your bank account.
140. And you require 138.
0, 7, 1.
That's my sort code, done and dusted. Oh, what? Look at this. Say that would just about sum up our
126.
sport.
Martin, you require 50.
Andy can't watch.
42.
Here we go.
And do you require 12?
Take it out of the hands of Thornton. It's in his own hands. A place in Group B. Buckles the wire. He was walking.
Six.
Just can't cross the line.
Nope.
Martin, you require 8.
Remember, doesn't need to win the match. Just needs one leg to confirm his place in Group B. I can't see Martin missing from here.
6.
Wow, wow, wow.
And do you require 6?
I'm going to have to nip out for a quick run. I've taken my pre-workout.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's it.
Andy Hamilton.
Done and dusted. Andy Hamilton confirms his place in Group B.
Was Martin thinking about bageling the only player that he's
Third
not
leg, it's Martin to throw
done
first.
4-0? I'm a
Game
bit
on.
disappointed there.
Suppose it gives me an opportunity to ask you a certain question.
125.
46 days away from Christmas. When does the Chris Mason Christmas tree go up?
It doesn't. I don't own one. I'm actually only in the month of December.
100.
I am only home for 3 days, but we're indoors. I think as well. I'm hearing from her that the pre-clean is taking
96.
place. The placement of the Christmas tree that pretty much fills her living room. But I have banned her from putting her up before December.
I'm going to say something that probably won't surprise you
58.
too much. And I probably should shut my Twitter down now, at this point. Ours is up.
No. With
100.
lights and everything.
It's up, but you've also got to remember the amount of times I'm actually going to spend at home between now and Christmas probably balances it out perfectly to the 12 days of Christmas.
Yeah, I get that. But you do remember you're going to have to spend some money on that lovely partner of yours to put some presents under the tree. You
59.
can't just wrap empty boxes. Although you've probably done that. I am yet to buy a Christmas present. Not ever, just not this year.
The best one
100.
actually was last year. She wanted this Pokemon card. And she says to me, "Oh, I want this new Charizard Pokemon card." And I looked at it and I could find 2 Pokemon cards, Charizard ones, and I didn't know which one it was, so I bought her both. I thought, I can't get it wrong, go at both.
100.
I got it wrong. It was neither
Martin,
of the
you
2 that I got.
require
That's the one
80.
that she wanted.
If I was there, I'd be asking for a bank card. Why don't you do that this year and say, "Here, my darling, here's the bank card. Go out and fill your boots."
60.
I did actually. I took her to the shop one day and I says, "Your birthday present, you got a shopping spree. You get to go and grab whatever you want, but you've only got 10 minutes.
And I suppose you were outside the pound shop or something like that.
136.
I started the timer as I was
Martin,
explaining
you
it to her
require
as well.
20.
It's a good way because she didn't go try any clothes on or anything. It was just, "Oh, I like that. I'll get that one in quick. Let's get round."
No score.
Well,
Andy, you require 48.
Andy Hamilton here wants 48 to go in front. And I love that dart.
Game shot on
When
the
I
third
practiced
leg.
with
Andy
Andy
Hamilton.
for an extended period. If he was on 60, he used to have this insane ability to actually hit a small 20.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw
Just
first.
to make sure
Game on.
it wasn't a blocker. Now, of course, we see Daryl Gurney who actually changes the flight of his dart, and they land almost Taylor-esque, the first one, so he doesn't block out the tops.
Yeah, he moves his hand down the barrel, doesn't he? So it changes the angle of the entry.
180.
this for a reply.
180.
This one has suddenly caught fire.
One 140.
Well, Martin Adams has hit 2 already.
Not today.
It was both on it. They're now both off it.
42.
I do remember a match involving Mervyn King, and it might have been Raymond Barneveld, where they both went 180, 180, 180, 180. The 9 wasn't hit, unfortunately.
53.
Said I should have turned off my Twitter. I've just been tweeted here by Chris Murphy. He sent us a Grinch and a Santa, saying we're both equally as disgraceful. Saying Mason won't be putting up a Christmas tree at all. And mine's already up.
Well, just to keep him happy, I'll get one of them, you know, them little pre-dressed, they're about
42.
a foot high.
And you
Got
require
lights and everything on. I'll just
128.
get one of those and take a picture of it, and it'd be just Home Alone, though.
We could put a nice tree up in here, a bit of tinsel, get it a bit festive.
There is a place for one just over there. I'll bring my sick bag. It's in before the 12
58.
days of Christmas.
Is that because you've just had your pre-workout?
Yeah, I am feeling a bit twitchy right now. I do have a Christmas
81.
jumper. I bought one last year for
And
the
you
Worlds. It's
require
horrific. It's
70.
that bullseye one. Oh. Nico won't let me get away without wearing one.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Andy
leg.
Hamilton.
Andy
the
Hamilton.
14 darter. How's the initiative?
There is one more game to come after this
Fifth
one. That
leg,
is
it's Martin to throw
Thibault
first.
Tricole, who has won the
Game
group,
on.
against Robert Thornton, who is going through to Thursday and Friday mornings. We're taking part in Group C.
$55.
We've also got another interesting comment here saying, I would love
62.
to have seen comms cam. For the moment, Edgar just told Mace that he's put his Christmas tree up already.
It was a look of disdain and astonishment.
100.
Best Christmas movie ever?
Home Alone 2.
Oh, do you prefer? Right, okay.
Only just.
One of the-
Closely followed by Home Alone.
It's one of the few films I have watched. I was
100.
put through the new Sonic the Hedgehog thingy movie the other day, which was rather bizarre.
Big fan of Elf as well,
125.
like Elf.
Good film. The old one, because didn't they remake that? Did they or not?
Why can I not remember the guy's name? Tall.
Chevy?
No.
No.
45.
Will Ferrell? That's the one. He's a bit like Chevy Chase, I think. My favourite Christmas movie is Friday
140.
the 13th. Or the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's another great movie for Christmas.
The real life Jack Skellington. The Nightmare Before Christmas.
46. Martin, you require 81.
He's going to go for the ball.
56.
Doesn't like a layup, does he? It's all or
No.
nothing for Martin Adams.
Absolutely, every time. It's the way he plays now.
140. Martin, you require 25. Game shot on the 5th leg. Martin Adams.
Andy Hamilton got a chance to get this wrapped up. And his day on a high. Martin Adams won all of his matches
6th
so
leg gets
far.
Andy to throw
He's
first.
got a chance to go straight
Game
through
on.
the card. Something with the question marks over him you wouldn't have predicted at the start of the day.
Absolutely not. We were rightly concerned due to carrying those couple of injuries, but he manages his time well. Martin, one of the few players that will just sort of
180.
tick over in the practice room.
If you're going to have that longevity, you need to have a system, a method. Like you say, being able to manage that time, being able to manage
100.
that diary and that calendar.
Well, we say it about the elite level of the game now because there is just literally so much darts that it just can't be possible to play everything and maintain that optimum level of play. He's on it again here.
139.
There's only so much you can take, only so much.
Well,
the
we've
body
seen
can take.
we've seen the elite players dip in form, and that is down to the car, especially those that play in the Premier League and then travelling to Euro tours
101.
on the following day, and then coming back and then going back to the Premier League on the Wednesday to play Thursday. It can be too much. Well, that's the 2 off, Andy.
$22.
Oh, needed 2 trebles and a single to leave finish.
81. And you require 160.
Could go 2 treble 18s to leave 32.
92.
And
26.
that means it's going to be highly
Andy
unlikely that Martin
requires
Adams goes through the
68.
card with 5 from 5 because he's just give Andy Hamilton a guaranteed 6 darts to wrap this up. He'll get 5 of those at the double.
No,
No, he's
score.
not. Correct that. Let's go back again. Start again. 68. Well, he's not going to have 6 darts at it this time. Might only be 1 dart at the double now.
141. And you require 68.
16 for double. Look out for the marker.
36. Martin, you require
Couple of
52.
match darts come and gone.
Game shot on the 6th
All I can
leg.
say
Martin Adams.
is me and my big mouth. There I was saying Adams isn't going to go 5 from 5. He's a leg away.
Yeah, that's the break back.
7th and final leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on. $85.
Perfect placement of dart 1. Left hand side now. And he finds the middle
180.
for a third 180. 4 140s, 8 scores of a ton or more. Martin Adams has had 16 scores of a ton or more. 15
100.
for Andy.
That's a 180 I like to call a back of the net, a goal. Put one to the left, one to the right, and then one in the middle. Puts the goalposts in and slot one in the middle.
24.
Well, years ago on the old boards, you can often see a 180 now where they're stacked on top of each other. Well, years ago, the skill was hitting them across the bed. So you would often see a 180 where it started on the left, one in the middle, and one to the right. Because obviously the target area was a lot smaller.
100.
Look back at that wonderful John Lowe, the first 9-darter. The placement of the darts.
Did you ever do that thing on the old boards? Because
60.
obviously the wire used to be on top of it rather than embedded into the board. Where when you took your dart out the double, you sort of pushed it down a little bit to make it smaller for your opponent.
Yeah, I remember playing Matt Clark in the Embassy, and it was on one of those boards. And
140.
if you hit a 180, it would spread it. But then if you then threw and you put sort of a couple on the top wire, as you pulled them out, you just pulled them down and away, and it would just close it up for your opponent. That's terrible. But yeah, I don't have the ability to lie, so yeah, I did do that. Sorry, Matt. Although we've already had that discussion.
95. Martin, you require 76.
I was playing Superman after all. Clark from Kent, of course. It's a proper nickname, that.
Game,
And
shot,
that's a proper finish and a proper leg of darts from Martin Adams. And he does make it 5 out of 5. But more importantly, for Andy Hamilton, he has done enough to ensure his spot in Group B alongside his opponent there, Martin Adams. It was a high-scoring game, but plenty of missed darts at doubles. Our final match of the session coming up. Group A winner Thibault Tricole up against the Scotsman, Robert Thornton.
Hi there, welcome back. And look who I'm joined by here, Martin Adams-Wolfe, who's just had a perfect day here in Group A. Martin, just give your reflection not only on today, but on the week so far.
Well, the week has been absolutely brilliant. I mean, we've got a great, 6 lads. We all get on. The banter in the practice room has been really, really good. The matches on stage have been really, really good. You can't complain. But today, yeah, I mean, I had to make a change of the footwear so that my feet were more comfortable. And I put new barrels on today, so yeah, and it's made a big difference.
It has. Let's look at the table to show how much of a difference it has made, because you've climbed up actually above Andy Hamilton with that win in the end and put yourself in second place. Really good result.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy with it. I mean, I'm more than happy with the way the darts went. You know, changing the barrels was obviously the good thing to do. I felt they were slipping a little bit, the other ones, so I thought, oh, no, let's have a new set of barrels and give it a go. It can't get any worse, I thought.
Is that just the same dart but a newer set?
Exactly the same dart, yeah. Just a brand new set of barrels, yeah.
We're going to have a look now at the winning moment in your last match against Andy Hamilton. Now, I don't know if you were aware of this, but Andy is the only player in the group that you haven't beaten 4-0 at some stage this week so far.
Oh,
so
my word.
You'll settle for 4-3, but that's quite an impressive stat, isn't it, beating 4 of them 4-0?
Well, I suppose so, yeah. I mean, I'm not a great one for stats, to be honest, but, yeah, when you say it like that, yeah. You know, to beat players 4-0, it's just... I just look at it's the run of the green, you know. You had the run of the green, you know. Your opponent didn't quite, you know, put you under pressure in certain ways, and you know you got lucky and you won it 4-0.
You've made no secret of some of the ailments, shall we say, that you've had recently.
Exactly, yeah.
Is getting through to Group B a really good thing for you because it gives you a bit of rest tomorrow morning? You don't have to come back till later in the evening.
Well, I hope it's a good thing, yeah. Time will tell. And we'll find out tomorrow night whether it's a really good thing or not so good thing. But no, I think it will be a good thing because give it that little bit of time to rest up a little bit more. So, and a little bit more time to prepare before you come out to play darts.
And it's been excellent preparation with 5 wins today. Martin Adams will be back in action from tomorrow evening. And there's one more match to come in this group, though. It is the group winner, Thibault Tricole, who takes on Robert Thornton. We'll go back to Mace and Matthew Edgar for that one.
Thanks, Murph. And interesting and always a delight to hear from the legend Wolfie. And interesting that he had a change of barrels, went to a new set, and he is one of these players that will change barrels. They're not a change of equipment, of course. They're just a new set, which may give a little bit more grip, and that's why we've seen a little bit more control of the dart today, Matt.
Yeah, obviously, the more you play with the dart, the more the grips are going to grind on each other, and they're just going to lose their sort of sharpness, their appeal of what first draw you to that grip.
Especially if you have a dart with a quite intense grip on them. Some players like that sharpness. I'm not one of them. Yourself?
No, I'm not too keen on it. I like
First leg, it's Thibault
especially
to
when
throw
you're going to grip with
first.
the finger and the thumb.
Game
I
on.
like that to be very smooth, but the rest of it, I don't mind grip on for the fingers that come off the dart initially. But it's
100.
It's interesting because the other thing you get is like you'll pick up bits of dirt, bits of grunt a long time that is actually again going to build up in those grooves and take away that grip. And we actually spoke yesterday about the cleaning of darts, and you wasn't too keen on washing them out too much.
No, I'm not. I think I mean, it's probably quite gross if you put it under a microscope, but I like a wore-in dart. Although, saying that, this year I decided I was using a Bristow dart, which I predominantly used. I did have some beautiful darts made by Red Dragon some time ago that had a very slight scallop in them, which is exactly in the thumb and forefinger area of where I grip the dart. But I actually took someone else I know, Paul Whitworth, who uses a Bristow dart, said he started using the Winmore Firefox dart, which is a very similar looking dart. And I literally took them out of the box,
100.
put my usual stem and flight in them, and found them to be perfect. And they were straight out of the box, which is unusual for me. But normally I like a well-worn dart.
140.
Andy Hamilton, for example,
156.
his pal will use multiple sets of his darts to play, like league darts, and practice with just to wear
41.
them in for him.
Robert, you require 164.
When we look at the darts of Robert Thornton here, for example, there's quite a lot of knurling on there, which is quite an aggressive grip.
Very.
44.
But that allows you to have
Thibault,
a lighter grip, which obviously is optimum. We've seen with Luke Humphries, of course, at the... Oh, he was trying to stay there. Where it was an identical set, they were brand new.
53.
And, it's just that
Robert,
little bit of confidence with them, isn't it?
120. Game shot on the first leg.
What player would you like on 120? And there's your answer, Robert Thornton. Taking the 120
Second
out.
leg, it's Robert to throw
or a break of
first.
throw.
Game on.
This for Robert now is just a I'd use this as a bit of an
55.
experiment, really. He's in Group C, confirmed, with
100.
Matt Jackson and Jesus Noguera.
Scott Taylor, David
100.
Wazuki, and Cam Crabtree
Correct.
will be joining them. 2 debutants in that. You've got to fancy with Robert Thornton, what he's shown today and the back end
60.
of yesterday. He's going to be a strong favourite for that group.
Yeah, absolutely. I would expect him to be favourite to win that Group
140.
C.
Dare you make a prediction of the players you think is going to come through?
100.
No, not until I've seen them at least have one round of games tomorrow morning. And I think the
138.
Group B is a minefield, isn't it?
I just want to stay on Group C very quickly. I think Scott Taylor could be dangerous in that
Agreed.
on his debut.
100.
Although traditionally
Robert,
people do
requires
struggle
68.
on debut. Just to get used to the environment.
Group B.
28. Thibault,
luck
you
with that.
require
Go on.
141.
Well, you get to pick 3, don't you, from Group B, which
Yep.
is 3 out of the 5. We've got Martin Adams, Andy Hamilton.
41.
Then they're
Robert,
joined
you
by
require
Justin Smith,
40.
Lee Cox, and Stephen Burton. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a prediction.
You make a prediction. What we'll do tomorrow is when we get in first thing, we'll pick our
Game
2
shot on
from
the second leg.
Group
Robert Thornton.
C, and then we'll pick our 3 from Group B, and we'll see where we are Friday night.
Third leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
I'm happy with my picks.
I'm just going to put 11 names in a hat and just
43.
them out. But yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Why don't you all get involved on social media and give us your picks?
95.
This man hasn't got the stress of Thursday and Friday.
100.
You can enjoy the culinary delights of Portsmouth. I'm not sure you'll find any. There may be a French food restaurant.
97.
Maybe you could go and find a bit of home from home.
Never been to France,
55.
so I don't really know the delicacy over there. I know they like bread, the French stick.
Croissant,
I know that they like
pâté,
The
red
chips.
wine,
99.
white wine, pommes frites.
I think we know what parts of France you've been to. The bars.
95.
I've been to Paris on a road trip where I just stayed overnight.
100.
Had a message here on Twitter from Mark Marlowe.
96.
He's asked
Robert,
what
you
think to that
require
group. That looks like a
110.
disgusting dart.
Goodness, it looks like something that should be in a engineering place. They are
54.
super aggressive.
Thibault, you require 112.
That is what works for you. It's all about individuality. Can still finish.
$53. Robert, you require 56.
Tops for 3 zip.
Game shot on the third
I've seen some
leg.
players in the
Robert
past play
Thornton.
successfully in exhibitions with nails.
Yeah. Yeah, they seen Steve West do that a few times.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw
And he
first.
plays with
Game
straws
on.
as well. He slides a straw over the stem, no flight. Actually, it's seen him hit plenty of 180s.
57.
And then the little tiny darts, have you seen those? And of course, Mardle blows them in.
I've actually got a couple of sets of the tiny darts, actually.
83.
Make a few videos with those and play people online with them.
140.
Robert Thornton is in absolute control of this one.
60.
Possibly 9 darts away from signing out of Group A with a 4-0 win against our Group A winner.
134.
What a way to sign out with the 170.
100. Robert, you require 170.
Well, not this time.
55.
Well, needs a treble to leave a finish. That leaves
94. Robert, you require 150.
See the ball. No, traditional. Tops.
95. Thibault, you require 164.
This could be the third game today. He's lost 4-0. Definitely taking the foot off the gas.
Robert, you require
once the job's
20.
been done. It's not a guide. Oh, double 5.
15. Thibault, you require 68.
Double 20, double 4. It's going to have to be 13 ball or treble 13, and he went for the treble for double 12. That's always the danger.
36. Robert, you require 5.
Double 2. Well,
3.
multiple darts at a
Thibault, you
double.
require 32.
And this is Thibault's first dart at a double in the match, and it's double 9.
14.
Well, he likes this
Robert, you require 2.
area of the board because he loves tops, and it's just next door.
Game, shots,
and Robert
the
Thornton
match. Robert Thornton
eventually finds the double to secure yet another 4-0 defeat for Thibault Tricole, but he was already safely qualified and the winner of Group A. Thornton with an average of 84 out of 13 on the doubles. It was a rough performance from Tricole there, but as I've said, he's safely through and the winner of Group A. Thornton into Group C. Well, let's have a roundup of things with the boys on the balcony.
Yeah, thanks, Mace. Yeah, Thibault's form just trickled away a little bit, didn't it, after he put himself through to finals night. Matt Edgar alongside me. A 4-0 win for Robert Thornton, but ultimately not enough. Let's have a look at the table and reflect on what's happened so far in this group.
Well, Thibault Tricole's just not turned up today, has he? That's 2 4-0 defeats. He had a 4-1 defeat as well. It looked like he was running away with this group, and if anything, he's probably quite happy that the others have beat each other because he hasn't done much today. He's just sort of stumbled over the line, so to speak.
And Robert Thornton won 4 of his matches, but finished in position 4, so will probably be rather frustrated.
Robert Thornton's played very well as of halfway through Tuesday, but he left it far too late. He's a day and a half of not really producing and really looking for that form. He's found it now, and he's got to be a strong favourite for Group C.
Yeah, and the man who did rise, of course, was Martin Adams, who I chatted to earlier. He won all 5 of his matches. Fantastic day for him.
Yeah, you wouldn't have predicted that at the start of the day, especially...
No, you didn't. I remember.
Yes, I went the opposite, yeah. And the thing with Martin Adams is the concern that he put over his game as well in terms of the injuries, the longevity, lasting out a full day. He did that, and he did that quite well. Some of the games, he was over a 90 average for the majority of today, pushing 100 at times.
Well, Matt's just mentioned that Group C. We'll look at both the groups that are going to be played out over the next couple of days now here at the Super Series. In Group C, getting underway in the morning session tomorrow. Cam Crabtree, David Wazowski, Scott Taylor, 2 of those 3 players coming in for the debuts, then the 3 from this group, Noguera, Thornton and Jackson. From what you've seen so far, Thornton the most likely to get through?
Yeah, but my attention also draws to Scott Taylor slightly. For a debutant, he's got a lot of experience. He spent a lot of time around the PDC Tour and around the Challenge Tour, and he's done some good stuff in the then BDO as well. So Scott Taylor could be a bit of a danger there, but Thornton has to be the favourite.
And in Group B, I'm looking at Andy Hamilton because he's played some good, consistent stuff this week. Last time he was here, he won Group A. Maybe, and you've mentioned this a few times when I've heard you commentating, that maybe playing in those evening sessions is better preparation for Saturday than having 2 days off.
Yes, because it gets you now in the routine. Now he's in that situation where he plays at 10 o'clock for the rest of the week. There's no messing around with the time slots. We've got some players coming in there that are very used to those time slots. Justin Smith, done very good in the past here, and I really fancy Justin Smith in that one. Stephen Burton as well. Always had good form when he's come down to the Super Series as well. So that Group B is very, very tidy.
Yeah, Lee Cox, the other man in that. Martin Adams gets a lie-in tomorrow as well. Unfortunately, we're not afforded the same luxury. We'll be back from 9:30 a.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV and on YouTube exclusively at the MODUS Super Series channel. So that is all the remaining players fighting it out to join Thibault Tricole in finals night on Saturday with double sessions of darts for the next couple of days. But in terms of what's happened here from Monday to Wednesday, well, the Thorn rose, but not high enough. The Hammer nailed down a spot in Group B. Wolfie blew them all away today, but it was sweet success for Tricole in Group A. The Frenchman first through to finals night.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.